Hello, hello, hello. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night. How's everybody doing? Welcome to a very rare occurrence, a fourth stream of the week. Yes, we are back with more 9 hours, 9 persons, 9 doors. And the reason for that is I was so blown away when we played this game 2 days ago, Wednesday. I was so blown away by the submarine ending and the safe ending. That was like, you know what? Let's not wait a full week before we do the true ending. Let's just end it this week still. So here we are. We need to start all the way from scratch. And we're going to go all the way for the true ending. So let's get started. Get all the way through the intro. Game of Memories. Yes, the 4 endings we already had. Override? Yes. We'll just need to speedrun the first half until we get to the juicy parts. So first, explosion! Wake up! Do the first escape puzzle for the 5th time! Open the door. I'm going to throw rocks at your window. Okay. Let's get started. Got the note from the bulletin boards. Picture frame. Check this bottom bunker. We have another memo. Get the key. Have a flashback on how we get kidnapped. Don't leave your window open when you're not home. Okay. Back to where we were. Check the teapots. The key. Okay, we have a screwdriver. Open the screen. Okay, I'm trying to get this semi-decently. Rotation is hard, people. There we go. Check the stove. Briefcase. See, I need to check my items again. 0263. Yes, that was it. Open it up. Get the book. Hope you know what digital roots are, kids. Okay, let's double check. Which one was for the reds? 74 7485. Okay. Here we go. Records. do shit. Where's the files? Digital roots. There we go. Found it. Here we meet the whole gang. Character 7. We love 7 in this household. Oh, this is cool too. And especially Snake after last night. Caught a jump scare. Welcome to my game, bitches. Another game? What's that? Keep the number 9 door to escape by 6 a.m. Introducing himself. The 9-man. Going to do something stupid and it gets himself killed. In he goes. I lie, he lied to me. If only he said his name, which we know it's Ace. Door. Drop spaghetti and giblets all over. So for the first decision, we need to go through door 4 together with Santa, June, and Lotus. Blah, 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 blah. God, I forgot how much story there is in the beginning before you need to make a decision. Okay, 8365, he knows the route 4. What will Junpei do? He decides that the number door 4, the number 4 door would be fine. it's our turn. Let's go. Now we do the Funyarimpas cave room again. Alright. How does this one go again? Grab the matches. Yeah, June. We are worried about you. Okay, where were we? It's a map. That would be handy to have, I guess. I think it's a replica of the Titanic. Blah blah blah. Titanic. The Egyptian mummy that was on the ship. Still, what a wild way to start off a conversation like that. Okay, nothing in the vase. Let's go check up with the others. Candle. Light it up. Awesome, we can look in the door. First puzzle piece. Cut the curtain. Candle went out. And I got a suspicious looking key in the candlestick. Oh, this is a display case. Well, I know that. Get the next plates. So, for the true ending, there are a few story checks that we need to pass. First one is we take the 4-leaf clover mark from Santa. Oh, you mean like gambling? Okay. Back to where we were. Bathroom wall. The curtain. Fifth from the top, third from the right. Okay, got it. Going back. And then we check the bathroom. 3, 4, 5. This one, that's the tile. We do our puzzle again. Okay, see you later, June. Okay. Wait, I'm doing the puzzle wrong here. There we go. I don't know, man. I have trouble seeing a dog in this sometimes. Abstract paintings are not my forte. E. Morphogenetic fields. Telepathy bullshit. At least I don't believe in telepathy. One last time I'm going to say Funerimpa because I can. Can't play this game and not say Funerimpa. That's a puzzle. Okay. It's unlocked. Let's go. Second escape room done. Time for the kitchen. Okay. First, the voucher. Excuse me, princess. All these different plates. Now we do the voucher. The hexadecimal system. Have to remember that. Let's see, in here we have big old rusty knife. Titanic was predicted? Yes, from you in another playthrough. I know everything because I've already heard it before. Checkmates. Anyways, here's my rusty knife. Just have to listen to a million random tangents. Ball of oil. Go to clean up our knife. Let's see, this door. I'm gonna lubricate that bad boy. Open it up. Freezing our balls off. Okay. Pack of dry ice. Okay, here comes the talk about Ice 9. And we have to answer with, this strike Junpei as rather odd. Get to know about the whole Ice 9 situation. According to a Wikipedia article I read one day ago, I was impressed. Anyways, I don't think citing a Wikipedia article is what you need to do when you are literally freezing to death in a goddamn freezer. Anyways, I'm getting some frozen chicken. Thank you very much. And a frozen chunk of pork. Okay, so crush the dry ice with a frozen chicken. Place that in the bottle. Tie with a rope. Okay, time for an explosion. Don't try this at home. If you have to get dry ice. Narvin, hello. Hiker, how are you doing? Doing well. I'm excited and anxious for what the true route is going to bring us. So far, I'm just speed running, getting back on track. And you're making sure that we have all the story checks. Before we can even acquire the true. I hope to see if you get requirements for true ending. So, I did some non-spoiler searching when I was looking for the routes to take in this game weeks ago. And according for the true ending, you need to have seen the safe ending. You need to take a specific route through door 4, which we're now. Then we need to do door 7 and finally door 1. And on our way, we have 4 story checks that we need to pass. We already did 2. We got the clover mark from Santa. And we asked June to talk more about Ice 9 while we were freezing in the freezer. See the pork note. C plus 10 plus F. I remember this is a plus sign. Because I don't know. If you deal with me, if in a certain light this looks like it's a minus instead of a plus between the 10 and the F. What does your ending icon screen look like? You mean right now, or do you mean in the end? Because right now it shows the 4 endings that we have gotten on stream. Okay, so hexadecimal 1 through 9, A10, B11, C12. 12 plus 15 plus 16 is 43. Yes, there we go. Opened. Got a Saturn key card. Get out of here. Okay, we are about halfway through the escape rooms now. I'm going to meet up with the others. The large hospital room. Same old, same old. I mean, that is unfortunately the downside of playing it on the DS version instead of the re-release on Steam and whatnot. Is we have to start all the way from the beginning. So there's always a bit of like nothing really happening for like an hour. I think it's fine. I don't mind it as much. At least the fast forwarding is pretty fast, so that semi makes up for it. Anyway, Snake is missing. No, my brother is not dead. Blah blah blah. Okay. Look for Snake. First class cabins. Hey Clover, you're not going psycho on me, are you? Good. You better not. We know Ace is the killer, but he doesn't seem to be Zero. Still, he's an ass. Okay, finish searching. Okay. Get ready to choose door 7. Ace is going to take his grandpa nap. We all know he did it so that we wouldn't consider going through door 3. Because we know what's behind door 3. What do you want? Door 7, please. What do you think of Ace with the Propagnosia? I think it's very unique and very nice. Like, I don't often see how what's the word for it? The disease is not really the right word, but how a I guess medical condition would probably be the right word. Have something like that. I can actually play into it. Also, we are doing the operation again, which was a pretty nice puzzle. It was foreshadowed in the first stream, I think. Maybe it was in the first round. No, it was not in the first stream, because the first stream we got all the way up to the kitchen. And I think Ace's Prospergnosia was only foreshadowed in the after the kitchen. So it must have been the second stream, probably. Okay, God, this is a long time ago. I need to remember how this goes again. Medical mannequin. Okay, scalpel, tweezers. Got a fake organ. Was there anything with the fake organ? No. Too much had a puzzle with the face cards. Yeah, that was. I definitely know last stream. That was definitely mentioned slash spoon fed to us about that. Chocolate, welcome on in. How are you doing? Glad to have you. See fake chests. Okay, there wasn't anything here, it seems. What's over here? Can we go in here? No. I'm groggy, but I'm here. Oh no. Oh, cutting the organ key. How are you, Aki? I am doing well. I am excited and scared today. Cool, it unlocks. Okay, the medical records. We got the color puzzle in here. Okay, there doesn't seem to be anything else here. Yeah. Okay. Get the cabinet here. Okay, we have the chemistry puzzle here. Iron 1, salt 2, water 3. Carbon dioxide is 3. Ammonia is 4. And ethanol is 9. I know it because I know my chemistry. The fake. Okay, a heart doesn't go in here. I know my chemistry, but I don't know my biology, apparently. Wait, we need to get the liquids. Blue and red liquids, got it. Okay. Now we talk to 7. Lost order my chemicals? Oh no. So we need to ask 7. Do you know about ice 9? That's the third check. Again, shout out to 7. 7 is a goat. We lost 7. I am wondering how the other stuff that's been lore dumped onto us gets foreshadowed. Let's see. Blue liquids. Okay, now do it with the red liquids. Some. And the purple. Don't drink the purple liquid though. That's probably not good for you. I want to touch the leg. Another leg. Stomach. Okay, I think those are all the things we need. Okay, we got the arms, we got the legs. We need to check the medical records. John needs to weigh 51.3, Lucy 53.2. What I remember, we changed everything except the hearts. Okay, so how do we activate this puzzle again? Do we have anything to... How do we do this? Oh, here we go. Now we start it. Ding dong! You got it. Aha! John gave us the key. Okay, I need to pick up Clover. Let's give her the 4-leaf clover so she calms down and doesn't go batshit insane and kill everybody. This is another interesting part. She was telling about an experiment. I wonder if she was here 9 years ago. Because we know Snake was part of the game that happened 9 years ago. I don't know. This should have been the last storage check, so the only thing we need to do now is go to the number 1 door. Now we need to wait till we find the body. Same old, same old. Beep, beep, beep. Of course there's a reason to come back. We have the card and the key to do stuff with. Idiot. Okay, June. Being all awkward. Let's see here. There's a 6th door, but we are not interested in that. We found Snake. He is dead. But we all know it's not Snake. But they don't know. That makes you wonder if Zero or whoever did this gave like a stranger Snake's clothes. And who is a stranger? I wonder. I don't know. There are quite some story pieces that haven't really fit in it. You will understand? Okay. I'm curious. Lotus is going to kill 7. Ah. Okay, sure. Door 1. Yes. Okay. That big, you just wait and see. Okay. Final 2 escape rooms together with Ace and Clover. My favorite group of people. Okay, we need to pilot the ship again. Okay, the nautical chart. Let's see, we have one of these maps that matches. Yeah, I think I still have the notes for that somewhere. Yeah. Full, half, slow, full, half, dead, stop. Okay. We need to understand and remember that sequence. Get the pocket watch. Is there a problem? I'll say yeah, there is. Fuck you, Ace. Ace's brows went up. You checked on us. Now get out of here. Get out of here. You split the stuff up for a reason, alright? It was a lie. There was no reason to split up the work. Junpei wanted to talk to Clover privately. That's why he sent Ace to the wheelhouse. There's something he meant to ask Clover, and he didn't want anyone else to hear him ask. He also knew that Clover would like to remain silent if there was anyone else around when he asked. That was why he was so desperate to send Ace back to the wheelhouse. Ace opened his mouth and took another look at Junpei, shut it again. A small smirk appeared on his face. I do not like that sprite. Oh, I see, of course. He looked Junpei over, then glanced at Clover. I apologize for the intrusion. Well, best of luck. Fuck you, Ace. Ace gave Junpei a knowing pat on the shoulder and left. Junpei let her sigh and brushed a few drops of sweat from his forehead. He turned and found himself looking straight into Clover's eyes. She had heard what Ace had said. She regarded Junpei with caution. What's that about? It was clearly suspicious, and with good reason. Junpei's eyes widened, and he held up his hands in a gesture of innocence. Oh, no. It's not like that. What's it like then? I just wanted to hear the rest of that story. I didn't get a chance to ask you about it until now. What story? About the experiment. Remember? The one you started to tell me in the operating room. She said something about an experiment that happened here 9 years ago. Clover bit her lip. She stared down at the floor for several long moments. Then she spoke. It was barely audible. Sorry, but I don't want to talk about it right now. I'm just not in the mood, okay? You understand, right? I keep thinking about my brother. I can't stop. I mean, who would do something like that? To my brother? Forgive them. I'm not gonna let him get away with it. They're going to pay for it, I promise. So... Her shoulders were shaking. Drops of blood had sprung up on her lips where she was biting them. She wiped it off and looked at Junpei, her eyes fierce and angry. Junpei? Who do you think did it? Her voice was cold and scarcely above a whisper. Junpei gulped. Well, if what Seven said was right, then there would have to be at least two of them. You need at least three people to open the numbered door. And if you subtract Snake, that means there are at least two other people. You're right. So what does that mean? Well, just look at the bracelet numbers. We should be able to figure it out. Who could have opened door 3 with Snake? Well, really, who and who, or who and who? You mean it could have been 4 people? Well, technically it's possible. I don't know. That doesn't seem very likely. Why? I'll tell you later. And I would just assume there's only two other people for now. Okay, got it. Let's do that. And who do you think it could be? Ruby crosses arms and thoughts. Well, we know it was Ace together with the stolen number 9 bracelets. Snake's bracelet number was 2. Which 2 bracelet numbers added to give her a digital root of 3? Doesn't give me the option. Okay then. Yeah, but in this timeline I don't know yet. No. Santa and 7 would then be what you would assume. Would it be Santa and 7? 2 plus 3 plus 7 equals 12. 1 plus 2 equals 3. 3! Could it be? Or Santa 7 the killers? That's wrong! Clover looked at Junpei and he looked back at her. There was no point in hiding it. He told her his conclusions. That's what I thought. He looked less surprised than he expected. Santa and 7. If it was 2 people, then that's the only combination that works. Hey, wait a minute there. Don't you think it's a little too early to be jumping to conclusions? Well, all I said is that those two would have been able to open door 3 with your brother. There might be other possibilities. Well, what are the possibilities? He didn't have an answer. He was ready to admit defeat when Clover spoke. I see you think it was 3 or 4 people? I really don't think that's likely. Why? Can I borrow your pen and paper? Clover put her hand out expectantly. Loopy pulled out his pen and pad of paper and handed them to her. She opened the notebook and wrote down several simple addition problems. Eventually, she had 8 which provide a digital root of 3. Okay, so the combination of 1, 3, and 6, 1, 5, 4, 7, 8, 5, 6, 8. Yeah, so these are all possibilities, but you could technically scrap the ones with 4, because Clover's not involved in it, so technically there are 4 combinations. But even then, you can also basically write out another 2 because we were not involved in it. Yeah, those are all the options. I'm not going to read all those numbers. What's this? You
combinations for 3 or 4 people. These 8 combinations are the only possible ones.
I see.
Junpei,
Yeah?
I can trust you, right?
Of course. Why would you need to ask that?
Really?
Yeah.
But then I should get rid of B, D, G, and H, right?
Of course. Just cross them out. You should take off yours too, the ones with 4.
So, what does that leave?
A and E. So there would be A, Santa, and June. Or A, Santa, 7, and Lotus. If we go by the options for 3 or 4 killers. Which we know is not true. Wait, it can't be A.
Why not?
Because June's in that one. There's no way in hell she'd do something like that.
Are you sure?
I bet my life on it.
Okay then. I can cross off A too, right?
Yeah,
Well, what have you got left?
E. E.
You know what this means?
Everyone besides me, you and June would be working together.
Do you think that's likely? If there were 4 people working together, they wouldn't be very cautious. I think they tried hard to hide what they were doing if they outnumbered us, right?
Well, you do have a point.
And besides, if Ace and 7 are working together, they could have easily gotten rid of me when I went to the shower room with them. But they didn't. They didn't even try anything. If they were the killers, why wouldn't they?
The voice was calm, but Junpei had only to look her in the eye to know it was a forced calm. There were tears forming at the corner of her eyes, and she was blinking furiously to keep them back. Perhaps by attempting an objective analysis of who might have killed her brother, she had been able to distance herself from the harsh reality of death. The more she struggled to act unconcerned, the more Junpei felt his heart tighten. Okay, yeah, well that does make sense. It's pretty unlikely that it was as many as 3 or 4 people.
Yeah,
Then it means there's a good chance it was Santa and 7.
that's how it looks.
But why would they do it? It's a moment of silence.
I think I know.
What is it? He laid his hand gently on her shoulder. He was close, so close to the answer. But Ace chose the worst possible moment to return. Fuck you, Ace. He raised a knowing eyebrow and then spoke. Have I interrupted something? What do you want? There's something I wanted to speak with you about, Junpei. Could you come with me for a moment? He turned on his heel and walked back toward the wheelhouse. Junpei looked over at Clover, gave her a short nod, hoped that she would be willing to talk to him again later, and followed Ace. What did you want to talk about? Ace looked at Junpei and smiled, perhaps more of a smirk than a smile. There was something I wanted to check. Yeah, what's that? If you'll excuse me. With no warning, Ace slipped his hand into the pocket of Junpei's vest. Hey, what the hell are you doing? He reached for Ace's arm. It was already too late. In the older man's hand with a piece of paper Junpei had balled up and hid it in his pocket. Just as I thought. You switched him, didn't you? When you voted. Oh well, I can't say that I care. I managed to get through the number door I wanted, despite your mischief. Why did you... Oh, simply curiosity. I hope you won't think ill of me for it. Ace smiled, gave Junpei a friendly pat on the shoulder, and then turned on his heel and left. It was a small defeat, but it was a defeat. Junpei had lost the upper hand, and he knew it. He could feel his stomach begin to tense. Okay. The hell? Let's see, how... do we do this one? We know that's the... That's the debts. Check the drawers. Nothing in the drawers. Oh. Okay. I need to check. What was the routing for the ship? So we go south, west, oh, then we go west, southwest. Fuck! I messed up. Let me try again. Maybe reset this up. So we go south. Go west. Southwest. Then northwest. Then east. And north. Handle came off. Okay. So full, slow, full, half, dead slow, stop. That should be it. Oh, was it not correct? So full, half, slow, full, half, that stop. Wait, what did I do wrong? Oh no, wait, it was correct. Do anything with this yet? No. Oh wait, the boards. Okay, now it should work. Well done, Junpei. Hey, Clover, get your ass over here. We're going in. Okay. Captain's quarters. That guy! Oh no. Okay, normally this is the last escape room. Okay, we have... We have this chart here. Okay, now it says 0. Oh. If he wasn't one of us, there's no way that man could be 0. Don't you get it? The letters that spell 0 on the TV screen. Can't disclose he's got on. And of course the bracelet with the 0 on it. It's too obvious. Look, this is 0 right here. This dead body is 0. Does this seem kind of funny to you?
You're right. Only an idiot would see through something like that.
No, that's not the point. I'm not trying to make fun of them for thinking a trick like this would work. I'm sure they didn't think it would work. Which makes me wonder, why did they do it? I think this is a challenge. A challenge for the person who is really behind all of this. He's making fun of us. Don't you get it? Whoever killed this guy really wanted us to think this corpse is 0. They'd never have put the bracelet on him. Walking about with a 0 bracelet would be like hanging a sign around your neck that said, I did it. Anyone with a brain would be able to see that this guy is supposed to look like everything 0 is supposed to be. Just like we did. The killer must have known we wouldn't think he was 0 and put the bracelet on him anyway. Do you know why?
Why?
Like I said, he's mocking us. Too bad, suckers, this isn't 0. It's the same bad joke a lot of criminals like to play. They'll just sit back and watch people run in circles. Look, here I am. What's wrong, guys? Come on, catch me if you can.
It's really twisted. It almost seems kind of childish.
Yeah, right, it's really childish. It's like it's just a game to whoever this person is. That seems funny to me. Move him down next to the corpse. Alright, let's get back to the point. Who killed this man?
I don't know.
What's this guy's deal? Who is he?
How would I know that? If I knew anything, I would have told you.
You have no idea who he is? You have no idea who he is?
Why would I?
Jumper sat back on his haunches and thought. We should check and see if he's got anything on him that might tell us who he is. Give me a hand here, Clover.
What?
We gotta flip him over. How else are we gonna search his pockets? Clover didn't move. Jumper had no choice but to move the body on his own. He grabbed hold of an area not completely covered in blood and shot it. It took a moment, eventually Jumper felt the man's bulk begin to shift. But just as it did, something fell from the man's left wrist. A bracelet with 0 on the face.
Lastly, those exams how to remove the bracelet. There are only 2 ways to do so. 1, you escape from the ship. 2, your heart rate reaches 0. In other words, once the bracelet is taken outside the confines of the ship or detects that its wearer's heartbeat has fallen to 0, it will shut down automatically.
Junpei stared at the bracelet. This man, he's dead, isn't he?
Huh?
No, I guess I didn't really think about it until right now. If her bracelet's off, that means he's dead.
It's pretty obvious that he's dead. You don't really need to look at his bracelet to figure out he's dead.
Yeah, I guess you're right. It's pretty obvious. Looks a lot better than the other bodies we've seen, though, you know? I mean, if there wasn't all this blood, he'd almost look like he was still alive. I mean, that was kind of a messed up thing to say, but he kinda had it better, you know? Die from a bomb going off inside you, I mean, that's just... Some snake's bones went right through his skin. I think the explosion was torn him against a wall or something. There's a broken bone just sticking out of his left arm. Suddenly, Junpei realized what he was saying. How could he have been so cruel? He clapped his hands over his mouth. It was already too late. He turned to look at Clover. She was glaring at him furiously.
What did you just say?
Her words sounded cold. He knew an apology could hardly atone for what he had done, but he tried anyway. Oh man, I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have said that. I really don't know what I was thinking. I mean...
No, that's not what I'm talking about. What did you say about his arm?
Arm?
Yes, his left arm. You said it, didn't you?
Well, yeah, I did, but... I mean, did you see it too?
Of course not. I could barely look at him.
Clover took a quick, deep breath.
Are you sure it was his left arm?
Junpei thought back. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was.
He had a broken bone, right?
What the hell are you getting at here? Oh, so this is how we find it out if we didn't do the number 8 door.
Just shut up and answer me.
She shoved her face closer to his. You could see the fire in her eyes. Junpei winced and swallowed. Yeah, he did. It was pretty bad too. The bone was sticking out of the arm. No sooner were the words out of his mouth than Clover's expression changed. Suddenly she was crying. Junpei wasn't sure what to do.
Thank you.
It was close to the last thing he expected to hear. Junpei had no idea what was just happened. He didn't think he'd done anything worthy of thanks, and he couldn't understand why she would have chosen that moment to begin crying. So he simply stood there, confused.
Thank you, Junpei.
She thanked him again, and then something even stranger happened. Aww. Clover threw herself into Junpei's surprised arms. Hey, what's going on with you?
I'm sorry, I'm so happy.
Why?
The body in the shower room. It isn't his. It isn't my brother.
Huh?
It's not Snake.
Why on earth would you think that?
Because his left arm is...
She stopped herself.
Sorry. I really shouldn't be talking about this.
Junpei decided with prudent not to press her for any more information. If she did not wish to tell him, she certainly had a reason for doing so. Perhaps more importantly, however, if Clover was so certain, then she was likely right. That meant that the body in the shower room wasn't Snake. It wasn't much, but that knowledge lifted some of the weight from Junpei's heart. Now Clover won't go insane! Yippee! She's not going on a murder spree!
He's still alive. I'm so happy.
Tears shone in her eyes. Those tears melted Junpei's heart. As she cried, she had pushed herself up against his chest like a child. Junpei put his arms around her and held her tight.
Junpei, you were right.
Clover no go insano style, yeah! She's not going cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs.
No matter what happens, you can never lose hope. You have to remember what most important is to have faith and to have love. If you remember all of those, that'll bring you good luck.
Clover reached into her pocket and pulled something out. It was a laminated bookmark with a 4-leaf clover.
I only made it here because you gave me this. I was suspicious of everybody, and I was angry and miserable. But because I had this 4-leaf clover, because of what you said to me,
Junpei hadn't thought his words would have had such an effect on her. So, Kara, the missing is still trying to figure out or curious about. Well, obviously, who the fuck is Zero? Second part, but it'll probably be answered soon as we are done with the escape room, is how are we going to find Snake? Because we know he's in the coffin near the number 9 door at the altar. And if we know who Zero is, I am curious to know if any other questions that I have will be answered. We'll see. I'll remain silent about my questions for now, and I'm just going to let it play out. Her words were making him feel a little awkward.
Thank you so much, Junpei.
She looked up at him. He scratched his nose and pretended to notice something interesting somewhere else in the room. If you really want to thank somebody, you should be thanking Santa.
Santa? Why?
Well, he was the one who gave me that thing. And the words for each leaf, I got it for him too. And suddenly, Clover broke away from Junpei. Huh? He looked confused. He hadn't thought she'd react that poorly. Clover began to pace around the room. 6 steps to the left, 6 steps to the right, another 6 to the left, and then she stopped.
Did Santa really tell you those things?
Her eyes were serious, but not angry. Yeah, he did. Did I say something wrong?
Oh no, not at all. In fact, it could be really good news.
think?
Santa knew about the words and the clover. The only people who should know about that are the other subjects.
Subjects?
The other people who were in the experiment 9 years ago with my brother and me.
Okay, let's get juicy. What the fuck exactly happened 9 years ago? Because we know Clover, Snake, and some other kids were involved in it. Seven was the cop that saved them. One of the kids was apparently the daughter of Lotus. And the company responsible for it was led by Ace. Everybody seems to be connected by it, but I am curious and terrified how Santa and all we don't know about it is June, how they fit into it.
But he's blind. That was part of the Nevada test group. And none of us would be able to recognize the face of the people who were on the boat.
Whoa, time out. Junpei held up his hands. He took a deep breath and let it out. Let's just calm down for a second, okay? Start from the top. Don't start with the end and then jump to the middle. You gotta start at 1, then move to 2, and 3, and 4, and so on. If you don't tell me stuff in the right order, I'm never gonna be able to figure it out. Clover nodded.
Alright, let's start with this experiment.
What happened on this boat 9 years ago? Okay. Yes, it's for a little bit to drink for this.
Do you know about morphogenetic fields?
Oh, here we go. He did, and the realization sent chills down Junpei's spine. Alright, how about this? Theory of the telepathic mechanism. Junpei recounted what Lotus had told him earlier. Clover nodded.
Telepathy, huh? Well, that's not really it, but it's not as similar.
So we're testing telepathy on this ship.
Yeah, I guess so.
So what exactly did they have you guys do?
Same thing that we are doing now. Exactly the same thing.
What?
The Notary game. 9 people were put on this boat, and 9 others were put in the building in Nevada. And the game started.
Junpei grabbed the sides of his head. Look, I'm sorry, but I don't get it. What do the Notary games and telepathy experiment have to do with each other? Clover bit her lip. She blinked back sudden tears. What had happened to her in Nevada?
The ability to access on morphogenetic fields is affected by a couple of things. The first is epiphany, the other is danger. You know, sometimes you're up against a really tough problem, and then the answer just kind of pops into your head? That's epiphany. And what you learn from the epiphany can be transmitted by telepathy. When you add danger to that equation, it gets easier to transmit that information over telepathy.
So you're saying the Notary game was supposed to introduce that element of danger?
Yeah, but it couldn't be just any old danger. It had to be life and death. And someone did actually die. A girl.
Junpei felt this sudden grip of despair on his heart. Something deep and distant and powerful squeezed, and for a moment he felt very, very empty and alone.
He was in the boat with my brother. I was in Nevada, so I never met her, but I did hear her name. Her name was...
The sound of the door opening was like a gunshot. Junpei spun around. For fuck's sake, Ace, get the fuck out of here! Oh, my apologies. I need to disturb you. Ace, you two must have strong stomachs. I can't imagine how you could stay in this room for so long. Ace glanced down at the floor. At the corpse, covered in blood. At any rate, Junpei, would you guys come and help me with something? I'm having a little trouble, and I could really use your assistance. Come on, it'll only take a moment. For God's sake, Ace. With that, he turned and walked back toward the communications office. Clover waited until he was out of sight and spoke in a small, quiet voice.
I want Ace to hear us. We can talk about this later.
Huh? Hey, wait. Both ignored him. From outside, Junpei could hear Ace calling. Junpei, what are you doing in here? Hurry up. Arrgh. Grumbling to himself, Junpei stomped off toward the communications office. Okay, now we need to do... What do we have here? Like a paper. Should also be... Oh, those are small screwdrivers. Ink. Oh wait. You can get the cylinder. Make the ink. Roll it down. See the Morse code chart. Let's see here. I need to... Ah, here we go. The Morse code. There we go. Last one, and yes, we unlocked the drawer. Okay, that's the book about All Eyes. All Eyes. Alice. Did that mean... We could hold back. You had to know what was in that file. Each page was covered with strange characters. They looked like tiny drawings of birds, snakes, insects, horned animals, wings, even humans. Is it all new? It was stopping me for a second. The Uranus cards. Those are the key to the library on the bottom deck. So it would seem. The bottom deck, the library. Junpei remembers something he had heard from Seven when they had been in the chemical closet. Alice sleeps in a small chamber past the force of knowledge, beneath the navel of the gigantic. Did beneath the navel mean the bottom deck? Did force of knowledge mean the library? If it did, then was Alice in the room somewhere beyond the library? What's wrong? Junpei blinked, only that he noticed Ace looking at him. Curiosity and concern written across his face in equal parts. There was no reason for Junpei to hide his thoughts. He began to explain his theory to Ace. Then he stopped. It wouldn't make any sense if Ace didn't know who Alice was supposed to be. So he told Ace everything June had told him. About the Egyptian priestess. About Ice 9. And finally about the woman who wouldn't melt, who had been recovered from the Titanic disaster. He told him about how she had been called All Eyes, which was eventually turned into Alice. And how she'd been purchased by the English millionaire who called himself Lord Gourdain. And how Gourdain had hid Alice somewhere on the ship. I think that he hid her in a small room beyond the library on the bottom deck. Yeah, well, I mean, I guess so. Let's see. Ace stared off into the distance, his hand slowly and absent-mindedly stroking his beard. At a few moments, his hand stopped. He turned slowly to look at Junpei, and his brows drew together. Junpei, have you ever heard of the term CAS? CAS? Stands for Cells Alive System. It's advanced technology for freezing and preserving organic matter. But simply, it's a technique that allows one to freeze things without the formation of ice crystals. Normally, if you freeze something fresh, water within the cells expands as it crystallizes, damaging the cell membrane. CAS, however, works differently. The object to be frozen is supercooled using magnetic fields and frozen instantly and uniformly, giving ice crystals no time to form. It was originally developed for the preservation of food, as an alternative to the normal freezing process. Now, however, there are rumors that it can be used for other things. What do you mean, other things? Well, there are obvious medical uses, but perhaps also space travel. Space travel? Are you serious? Surely you've heard of suspended animation, cryogenic freezing. It's a fairly common idea in science fiction books and films. People are sometimes frozen for especially lengthy journeys through space. Else when Junpei understood what Ace was suggesting. Whoa, wait a minute there. Ace looked at him and raised an eyebrow. Are you saying that Alice was frozen using that casting? Well, sure the possibility is quite low, but it is a possibility. The special ice you call Ice 9 does indeed exist. And casts were used to freeze her into that sort of ice instantaneously. You think she could be alive? Or you think she could be alive? I can't say for sure, of course. It's getting good. I'm only talking about possibilities. Melting point for Ice 9 is 96 degrees, right? She was put somewhere where she could reach that temperature. That's nuts! Are you saying she could have defrosted and started walking about? You're quite right. It does sound unbelievable. If she had, then we would have an explanation for the man we found dead on the floor. You mean the guy dressed like a captain? Yes. He was dead when we found him. Clearly he was murdered. But if he was murdered, then by who? He couldn't have been one of us. That would be impossible. In order to enter the captain's quarters, one must first open door 1. That door that requires the Earth Key prevented us from accessing the door. Who was it that opened that door? Santan Lotus. Right. Clearly the two of them could not have opened door 1 or any other door for that matter. Who else then could have done so? Junpei thought for a second. No, nobody. After Santa and Lotus had used the Earth Key, they turned back and met up with Junpei and June, who had just returned from Edek. The four of them then proceeded to return to the large hospital room to reunite with A7 and Clover. When Junpei and his team had gone into the shower room, A7 and Clover had been left in the large hospital room, but they would have been unable to open door 1. After Junpei and June had taken the elevator to door 2 then? No, that would have been impossible. They had been gone only 5 minutes. No human being could have run to the captain's quarters, killed the man in there, and run back in 5 minutes. It would be impossible for any of us to be the murderer. That being the case, who could have killed him? Would it make sense if his killer was someone who had been in the ship for some time? A person like that would know the ship well. They would know the location of all the hidden passages and secret doors. But numbered doors would mean nothing to someone like that. It would be a simple thing for them to enter the captain's quarters. You're saying the killer was Alice? It was Junpei's turn to raise an eyebrow. Ace drew his thumb across his left nostril. Well, this is all only one possible theory. A game theory. All eyes Alice. Was Alice indeed somewhere on the ship with them? Junpei had only one clue. The keycard in his hand. It would, he hoped, grant him access to the force of knowledge. But beyond that, what waited for him beyond the force of knowledge? Whatever might be there, however, would have to wait. At the moment, there was nothing Junpei could do. He gripped the key card tighter and shoved it deep into his pockets. Okay, cool. Unique key. What was the key for again? Okay, I think we need to go back here. I'm trying to think, where does the unique key go into? Oh wait. Okay, now we need to find... Guessing the Alice and Uranus info was new. Yeah, I wasn't... The thing is, when the dialogue pops up, I'm holding the right button on my D-pad to speed up. But the moment it stops, then I know it's new info, or new text at least, that we haven't seen yet. So then I start Okay, that's a Morse code chart. The mirror system charts. 9, 10. Okay, so the word 0. Oh wait, did it have it written in my notes? Hang on. I think I have. Yeah, hang on. 35, 14, 27, 24. There we go. Good job, Junpei! Get the fuck out of here! Go down the hallway. Back to Clover.
A note.
A note?
Yeah, I found it in the pocket of the guy with the captain's clothes. It said something about the darkness of the sinister hand or something.
What the hell? Let me see it. But you wasn't going to get to see it. From the other end of the hall, he heard Ace's voice. Hey, Junpei, Clover, what are you two doing? Hurry up. Clover shrugged.
I'll show it to you later, alright? Come on, you gotta hurry.
Before Junpei could protest, he was gone. Around the corner. Yep, the time changed. Yep, we are nearing the ending now. Or at least we are done with the branching timelines for now. Around the corner and off down the long stem of the L. A note. Junpei is curious. There's something else that was bothering him. A pocket had been bulging far more than it would from just a note. He did his best to convince himself that it would make sense later and ran off after Clover. Junpei pushed through the door and found himself in a large room with a large set of stairs. It was just what he expected to see after reading the map. His I see after reading the map himself meant that Ace had probably realized the same thing. Junpei looked around, but Ace was nowhere to be seen. He put his hand on the handrail and leaned over to look down. There he was. And not just Ace. Santa, June, Seven, and Lotus as well. Junpei and Clover glanced at each other and hurried down the stairs. They reached B deck at the same time.
Junpei, Clover.
June's face was excited. Something had happened. That much Junpei could tell by simply looking at her. What's up? Given the situation, he was not inclined to be excited about sudden developments. June, however, couldn't contain herself.
We found it.
Found what?
We found it.
What did you find?
The last door. We found door 9.
But what? Come on, just follow us. We'll explain on the way. Okay, let's go. Seven turned and jogged off down the stairs. The rest followed.
We finally made it.
The relief and excitement in her voice echoed what each one of them felt. Yeah, it's finally time. He wasn't quite ready to believe they had really done it. At least not just yet. Still, everyone said it was door 9, and it probably was. He could feel his heart racing. A mixture of anticipation and fear ran across his veins, and he could feel his legs shaking. He was doing his best to maintain a sense of healthy skepticism, but he couldn't deny that the prospect of escape was an exciting one. But there was one thing he couldn't get off his mind. The number door could only accommodate between 3 and 5 people. There are several of them on their way to door 9. That meant that even in the best case scenario, there would be 2 of them who would have to stay behind. 2 people. He didn't have any solutions to that problem yet. He was desperately hoping one would present itself. Junpei looked over the clock. The hands indicator was 4:30. They had 90 minutes before the time was up. Hey, Junpei, June, what the hell are you two doing? Hurry it up. Santa's voice jolted Junpei out of his reverie.
Let's go, Junpei.
June took off down the stairs, jogging as quickly as she could. Junpei followed. As a group, they piled onto the elevator and rode impatiently down to E deck. It looked familiar. There's a metal grate between the two elevators. Seven grabbed hold of it and began to talk. I know I told you I explained earlier, but honestly, there ain't much to explain. As you split off from you guys, the four of us got into the elevator on the left. It took us to the other side of the grate. After that, it headed down another hallway. It took them toward the bow of the ship and eventually to the number 6 that Junpei and June had found earlier. With 4, they've been able to open the door and keep going. As usual, they faced a locked door but had been forced to complete 2 different areas before they could unlock it. Once they were through that door, there was another hallway that went to the other direction, towards the stern. So on your way you found the elevator. That's right. In other words, you kinda did a lap, huh? You came from that side to this side. Yeah. But that settled, Junpei looked around. So where's the number 9 door? Over here. Follow me. Seven began walking down the hallway that led towards the stern. Junpei and the others broke into a jog to keep up with him. They had been walking for a while. June in silent step at Junpei when she spoke. You know, it's because of Santa that we are all here right now. Huh? And all 7 of us are going to door 9. You don't get it? Santa, 7, and Lotus. What's their digital route? 3, 7, 8, 18, 1, 8, 9. 9. It's 9. That's right. They could just left me behind and kept going if they wanted to. But they didn't. Yes. Santa wouldn't let them. He said, we can't leave June behind. That's why we went looking for you guys. And they got on the elevator and went back to the central staircase. That's right. I wouldn't have called that one. That Santa would be the one to stick up for you, I mean. Junpei felt his eyebrows knit as he considered that. Oh, don't get me wrong. Perhaps June had sensed Junpei's concern. I don't mean that 7 and Lotus said they wanted to leave me behind. We were just talking about it, and Santa objected to it first. Junpei was about to respond when 7 suddenly stopped. In front of them stood the door. So, is this? Junpei couldn't see 7's face, but he could see him not. There's no other place for us to go? Nope, just look around. At the end of the hallway was a thick iron wall. To the left and right, other hallways led to the port and starboard side of the ship. But they were both closed off by thick metal grates. It looked as though 7 was right. The door in front of them was their only choice. Alright, let's get moving. He pulled open the door and walked in. Junpei took a deep breath and followed. It appeared they'd been telling the truth. The first thing Junpei saw as he entered the room was a number. 9. Like all the others, it was a rough thing made of red paint. The doors it decorated sat on the back wall of a rectangular room. Junpei ran up to it. It was a large double door with powerful styling. Something about it was almost majestic, and it made the red paint look especially garish. Junpei grabbed the handle and shook. It didn't budge, but then he hadn't really expected it to. The red was bolted to the wall next to the door. The display read vacant. Finally they'd arrived. Junpei felt a flood of emotion wash over him. You sure that's paint? I mean, it could be ketchup. Maybe somebody was really clumsy. He felt a chill down his back. His chest tightened even as his blood began to boil. He was about to speak when... Junpei, look behind you. He turned around. Junpei could scarcely believe what he saw. A door and a 9. Ah, so it was yellow, it'd be mustard. Yeah! Of course it would. There was another one. Hey, what the hell? What the hell's going on here? His words came slowly, and his brain struggled to understand what he had seen. On shaky legs, he made his way to the second 9. It was a small door, set parallel to the door they'd come through, but in the other corner of the room. 9. There's no mistaking the number, and if any more proof we needed, A rat was bolted to the wall near the door. He grabbed the handle and shook the door, not because he expected it to open, but because he had to make sure it was real. Why the hell are there two doors? It was Ace who spoke first. You would think perhaps one is the right door and the other is the wrong. Lotus was skeptical. I don't know about that. It seems unlikely. What makes you say so? Well, think about all the rooms you've been through so far. They're full of puzzles, but there are always hints about how to solve them. I'm pretty sure there aren't any rooms where we just had to go with our best guess and leave it to instinct to solve the puzzle. Do you really think at the very end of the game Zero is going to suddenly throw in something that depends entirely on luck? You're saying there is some sort of hint to this room? No, I don't think there's a hint anywhere in here. I searched it very well when I was in here before. I didn't find anything that might have been a hint though. Well then, that means... Yeah, both of these are the right door. I mean, if you think about it. Zero never actually said there was only one door with a 9 on it. The exit is hidden, but it's here. Seek the exit. Seek the door that carries a 9. So we begin to monitor himself. So there are 2 number 9 doors. You split it right up.
It's not gonna work.
Cupid blinked and looked up at Clover. She held out her hand.
You've got a notebook and a pen, right? Can I borrow them?
Slightly confused, he pulled them out and handed them to her.
Look at this.
Clover opened the notebook to a blank page and set it down on the desk. Everyone began to gather around her and watch as she wrote down a series of numbers.
Get it? The numbers on the top are all the combination of digits to root of 9. The numbers on the bottom are the people who don't fit. There's only 8 possibilities split into 2 groups of 3 or 4 people. So,
If 3 people go through the door, then 4 are left behind. If 4 go through, then 3 are left behind, right? Clover nodded, almost as if she were pleased with herself for solving a difficult math problem. The room went very quiet. Silence lay across everyone like a thick, heavy blanket. No one spoke. Faces were blank. Desperate for something else to look at, Junpei turned his eyes to the room around him. I did notice that with a lot of them, the people that remain behind have a total number of 16. Meaning that we have to have Snake with us in order to have them leave. As he did, he began to wonder. What was it? The walls were covered with candles. The wavering flame made the shadows of Junpei and his companions look as though they were dancing. 2 rows of wooden pews filled most of the room. Between them was a strip of rich red carpets. The carpet went straight through the room, ending at the door that pointed to the sternum department. At the other end of the carpet, an altar? It was a recessed space set into the wall between the 2 other doors. Sitting on a raised section of the altar was a coffin. Coffin. No, it couldn't possibly be. If it wasn't, then whose body occupied it? Just as far as Junpei wanted to pursue that line of thought, he decided not to think about the coffin for the time being. At that moment, Seven spoke. There was an edge of humor to his voice, but it was forced. Okay, I give up. I figure if you sat around here long enough, someone would volunteer, but I guess no one's got the guts to do it. Junpei didn't understand this. He wasn't the only one. What? You guys didn't figure it out yet? Fine. Let me enlighten you. Clover was mostly right with her little explanation, but she missed something. She wasn't really wrong, she just... screw it. Let me just write it out. Seven snatched up the notebook and began to write in it. Everyone else clustered around him, desperate for a look. He was trying to leave with a group of 3 and a group of 4 and get everybody out. Clover's right. But there's another way. Only one combination, though. If split us up into groups of 3, 3 and 1, you can make this combination. Wait, this means... Don't get me wrong here. I'm not trying to copy Ace or anything like that. Even if he hadn't been the hero back in the big hospital room, I'd still be saying the same thing.
The same thing? Are you saying...
Yeah, I am. I'll stay behind.
Why are you acting so heroic all of a sudden? Are you some kind of idiot?
No, we love Seven. Seven is the best character in this game. Lois was the first to speak. That in itself was a little strange. She'd reacted much differently when Ace had volunteered.
I'm completely against this. I'll be goddamned if I'm going to have to owe you for getting out of here.
The rest of them began to speak, all at once.
I'm against it too. I didn't want to leave Ace behind, and I don't want to leave you either. I don't like that idea. There's gotta be other options.
I disagree as well. I can't say I care much for you being the hero. Finally, they quieted down. Junpei looked at Seven. Well, there you go, Seven. Proposal denied. Clover's right. There's gotta be a better way than this. Seven made some noise that was somewhere between the rest of a snort and a cough. Doesn't make any sense. He was doing his best to pretend they were making a foolish decision, but Junpei could see the twinkling of water at the corner of Seven's eyes. Aww. That was when Santa spoke. Whoa, hold on a minute. I haven't said anything yet. Until then, Junpei hadn't realized that Santa was staying quiet for the whole discussion of Seven's fate. Something in his voice made Junpei uncomfortable. Are you agreeing? You want to leave him here? Santa shook his head. Nah, I'm against it. I don't want to leave Seven here alone. Then don't see how it matters. I said alone. Eh? I said I don't want to leave Seven alone. There was a dull shine in Santa's eyes. They were cold and hard. Junpei felt himself shiver. What the hell are you... What, you don't get it? I can't leave just one person. I need 2 more. 3 people, including Seven. I'll be leaving behind 3 people. That's my proposal. No, those are my orders. What do you mean, orders? What the hell makes you think you can order us around? Who the hell's gonna listen to you? You all will. In 3 seconds, you won't have a choice. But what? 3, 2, 1. Santa was so fast, Junpei could barely see him. When he moved, it was almost like watching a dance. His feet moving like lightning. He spun and... Ah! Ah, god dang it. He had June. See? I told you. God damn it. If it isn't Ace, or somebody else is going to use the freaking gun. His lips curled into a cruel, mocking smile. A shudder traveled the length of Junpei's spine. His chest froze, and he could feel his breath go stale in his lungs. Nothing made sense. Junpei felt as though his head were about to explode. Santa suddenly changed in attitude, saying that he needed 2 more. The gun in his right hand, a revolver. Santa had grabbed June from behind and pressed what Junpei's shaken brain identified as a revolver roughly against his temple. What was he doing with a gun? Where on earth had Santa possibly found a gun? Junpei's questions roared in his mind, but his mouth refused to ask them. Seven spoke, almost as though he had sensed Junpei's confusion. The gun's from the other room. What room? One of the rooms behind door 6. I should have known he was gonna do it. I should have taken the gun. Well, it's too late now, fat ass. Damn it. A mixture of fury and frustration twisted Seven's face, and he glared at Santa. Santa, for his part, didn't so much as flinch. The corner of his lip twisted into a slightly wider smile. Then the smile faded, and he began to move. He walked backward, dragging June with him. Before long, his back was resting against the wall. On the wall next to him was Zorette. He put his hand on the scanner panel quickly and then forced June to do the same. Okay, here's a mystery I wonder if you can solve for the submarine. Who killed you? I was thinking about who killed me in the first ending and the submarine ending. Going by a bit of thinking, I think maybe Ace killed me. Because his whole way of like killing people seems to be stabbing them in the back with a knife. He did that to Clover. So I thought, oh, maybe he did the same thing in the other routes for the other people. That's my theory. Now, time for you to start following my orders. Ace, Lotus, congratulations. I've chosen you to come with me. Put your hand on the red. That's what Santa had meant when he said he needed 2 more. Hey, you deaf? I gave you an order. Santa's eyes narrowed to slits. He glared at Ace and Lotus. They stayed, frozen like deer caught in the headlights of an oncoming car. Want to reveal the answer? Maybe not for now. I don't know if maybe spoilers for the true ending. Right, fine. I didn't want to waste any balls, but you guys just don't get it. No sooner were the words out of Santa's mouth than the sandwich. And the gun roared. A section of the floor exploded, scattering wooden splinters across the floor. A thin plume of smoke snaked out of the hole in the floor. There could be no doubt that the gun was real and worked.
But why? Santa, why are you...
Clover's voice spoke of betrayal and disbelief.
Santa, I thought you were one of us. I thought we were friends.
What?
You knew about the leaf word and the 40th clover.
Santa's cheek twitched almost imperceptibly. What the hell is that shit? I've got no idea.
You're lying.
Shut up. Just shut up, you stupid bitch. You want to put a bullet in your fucking head? Lexel's spits flew from Santa's mouth. His face twisted with rage. Clover recoiled, her eyes wide. When she spoke, her voice was very small.
Santa.
He snorted, and shook his head vigorously and turned to face Ace and Lotus. Alright, assholes. What are you still standing there for? Get over here and scan those bracelets. I don't have all day. Oh, what's the matter? Your hearing starting to go? Going senile, maybe? Ace and Lotus still didn't move. It don't seem as if they couldn't move. June's face was pale behind Santa's arm. Her eyes were wide and her chest heaved with every quick breath, like an animal cornered by a predator. Cupid's mind worked furiously. What were they going to do? Then he realized something. There's nothing they needed to do. There's nothing to debate. June's safety was the first priority. That much was obvious. Doing as Santa had commanded meant that she would be safe from at least 2 threats. She wouldn't be shot, and she would leave the ship alive, along with Santa, Ace, and Lotus. There was only one thing for Junpei to do. He turned to Ace and Lotus. Please, go. Oh?
But... Junpei, what are you saying? If you stay here, you're going to be stuck, Junpei. And so will Clover and Seven.
I know. But you don't need to worry about us. We'll figure something out. Right, Seven? Right. You just leave it to us. It's gonna piss me off to do what Santa says, but...
Don't worry about me either. There's still something I have to take care of. But, no, you can't. Ace, Lotus, don't do it. Don't worry about me. Please.
June was almost crying. Junpei walked around behind Ace and Lotus. Without a word, he laid a hand on each of their backs and gently pushed them forward. They almost stumbled, then righted themselves and took another step, and another. They turned around and Junpei nodded. Ace and Lotus turned around again and walked slowly toward the door where Santa was waiting. After what seemed like an eternity, they stopped in front of the door marked 9. Santa smiled. Alright, now let's get those hands on the scanner panel. What's the hold up? What, you think I'm fucking around here? I don't give a shit about this girl. The red doesn't need a person, you know. All I need is the bracelet. You got it? Good. Now put your fucking hands on the scanner. I'm not gonna say it again. He shot the revolver hard against June's head, and she winced. Fine. Ace sighed, defeated, and placed his hand on the scanner. Lotus went next. Lotus glared at Santa and slammed her hand onto the scanner. The fourth asterisk blinked on. Good job. Now, Lotus, pull that lever. As soon as the door opens, you get your ass in there. Try anything stupid and you know what happens, right? If we could almost hear Lotus' teeth grind. Hold the lever, Krank. The door slid open. Door number 9 opened at last. It opened with a low, powerful rumble. A drum roll to welcome the chosen few. Alright, go. Lotus and Ace walked through the door, their eyes furious but defeated. Santa waited until they were all the way inside and hauled himself and June across the threshold as well. 6, 7, 8. Later. After exactly 9 seconds, the door swung shut. The gusts of air created caused the candles on the altar to flicker and die. The room fell silent. Junpei, Clover, and Seven had been left behind. Clover looked down at her hand and traced with her finger the faint blue veins that crisscrossed them. Seven shook his arms into the front of his overalls and scratched his stomach. No one spoke. Silence made the air feel thick and oppressive. Desperate for something, anything to occupy his mind, Junpei walked to the larger of the 2 9 doors. He stood in front of it and looked at the red. It read engaged. He moved to the smaller door. The red read vacant. The digital root of the remaining people was 7. There was no possible way for them to open a door with 9 on it. Junpei touched the surface of the door. He thought about June, about Akane Kuroshiki. Was she safe? That was all that mattered to him. If she was alive, if she had escaped this horrible boat, that was what Junpei prayed for. Seven came up next to him. He pulled off his hat, scratched his head, and sighed. So, what do you want to do, Junpei? What do you mean, what do I want to do? What can we do? Seven opened his mouth to respond when... The noise echoed through the room. Someone was pounding on something, vigorously. It wasn't mechanical. It was certainly human. Junpei and Seven looked at one another. What the hell's that?
Shh! Quiet!
Clover motioned to Seven to be quiet. She put one finger to her lips and closed her eyes in concentration. Three of them listened, trying to determine where the sound was coming from. Where? Where was it coming from? Could it be? Hey, I think it's coming from this coffin.
You're right.
Let's open it. But how?
What are these muscles for? For show?
You're telling me to force it open? Just shut up and try. Junpei and Seven grabbed hold of the coffin. They tried to get a good grab at that little purchase they could find and pulled with all the strength. Damn it. And it won't even budge. There was some sort of keypad attached to the coffin. Its purpose would not have been difficult to determine. The eyes were almost immediately drawn to it. Not another one. Yeah, looks like it.
Do you think we have to put it in the right password or it won't open?
I think so. The noise wasn't stopping. In fact, it was getting louder. They had no idea who was in the coffin, but they wanted out, and they wanted out now. They had no idea what they were supposed to do. Without a passcode, it didn't seem like there was a lot they could do. They couldn't even tell how many numbers the password needed to be. Is there a hint somewhere? Well, let's look for one. Unfortunately, there didn't seem to be anything near the coffin. Clover went to examine the pews, and Seven investigated the desk, but they turned up nothing. The sound still wouldn't stop. It was a noise that belonged to them. What was the passcode? What was Junpei supposed to do? How was he supposed to figure it out? He needed something. Okay, do we actually get to fill in the passcode? The world blinks. Suddenly, there was a voice inside of Junpei's head. Truth had gone, and Truth had gone. Ah, now Truth is asleep in the darkness of the sinister hand. What the hell was that? That voice? Junpei was utterly, completely baffled. Oh, what are you talking about?
What's up?
Seven and Clover ran over to him, but Junpei didn't know what to tell them. If he told them he'd heard a voice, they'd laugh or worse, think he'd gone insane. So all he said was, "Oh, nothing." Clear strode a little too loud and looked pointedly down at his bracelets. There were a pair of small buttons protruding from either side of it. Junpei pressed the buttons on the bracelets. Right left, was that it? It's been 2 days and I forgot which one it was. There we go. 1438 3421. I still had it written down, the codes. 8 numbers blinked on and off on the bracelet display. Should we check one last time? 1 4 3 8 3 4 2 1. Aside from the 2, it almost seems like a palindrome. Oh?
Huh?
Hey, what the hell were those numbers?
Oh my gosh, are those?
Jupiter didn't answer. He simply walked straight to the coffin. He knelt down in front of the keypad, running over the numbers in his head so that he wouldn't forget. With trembling fingers, he punched them in. That was all of them. He punched the E button. There was a moment of complete silence. Here we go! Then there was the sound of the coffin lid unlatching. Someone sat up out of it.
Ah!
Oh, is that you, Clover? I apologize for worrying you. Snake! Oh my, how did you... Junpei? And Seven? Is that you? Is everyone else there as well? Just like Rip Van Winkle. Still, it was very much like Snake to simply cut to the heart of the matter and ask. Junpei and Seven shared a wry smile. Clover's eyes were filled with tears.
You're back!
With a cry of joy, she leapt into Snake's arms. Gently now. My body's still a little weak.
You're back! You're back!
Clover looked at nothing so much as the lost child who had finally found her home. She cried and cried and cried. Her eyes were red and her nose was running. She hiccuped and gasped as if she were about to begin hyperventilating.
You're back! You're really here!
Her voice was happy but almost desperate, as she feared he would disappear again if she stopped talking to him. Tears after a tremendous tear rolled its way down her face. Her small arms strained as she clutched Snake's body as tightly as she could. Perhaps she had to convince herself he was real. Perhaps she was worried he would be gone the moment she let go. Perhaps she simply didn't know what else to do.
Oh, you're back!
Come now, what's got into you? You're acting as though I've returned from the grave. Not
as though you did! I really thought you were dead!
Huh?
You jerk! Idiot! Idiot! Idiot!
Clover broke into sobs so great she could no longer talk. It was a touching reunion between brother and sister. Even though Junpei knew they had little time, and every minute they waited was a minute they wasted, it felt cruel to pull them apart. Junpei and Seven sat down on one of the pews, waiting for Clover to calm down before explaining to Snake what had transpired. I see. Oh, I see. I believe I understand things rather well now. Thank you. In the shower room, there's a dead body wearing my clothes. Because of that, you thought that I was dead, correct? He quickly and neatly summarized the events of several hours. Junpei nodded. You also discovered a corpse in the captain's quarters and sent that turned on you here, in this room. Do I have it straight? Seven had been very surprised to learn of the dead body in the captain's quarters. With everything that had taken place, Junpei had simply forgotten to mention it to him. Well then, I've got a pretty decent idea of what happened while I was indisposed, but It's still something of a mystery who did all this and why. The corpse in the shower room that looked like me, and the corpse in the captain's quarters. Why were they killed in the way they were? You don't know? No. Why would I? The guy in the shower room. We don't know who he is, so let's just call him Mr. X. Anyway, this Mr. X is wearing Snake's clothes. But you are wearing some kind of weird robes. It means someone took your clothes and put them on Mr. X. We need to figure out who that is. I apologize, but I have no idea who might have done this to me. I only just now woke up. I was unconscious during all the events you just described to me. They must have undressed me and changed my clothes during that time.
Why were you knocked out?
We split up to look for the rats. Where did they get you? Do you remember? It was a small room in one of the hallways on the sea deck. What happened? The same thing that happened to every one of us when we were abducted. A can releasing some sort of gas was thrown into the room. I believe the gas is some sort of incapacitating agent.
Yeah, that means it was...
Zero. Looks that way, huh? There's nothing else I had to tell you. When I woke up, I was in this coffin. Junpei crossed his arms and thought, why had Zero made Mr. X wear Snake's clothes? How had the results of that trick benefited Zero? It was a mystery. Junpei couldn't make sense of it. He also didn't have a satisfactory explanation for how he discerned the key code for the coffin. It just didn't make sense. Truth had gone, and truth had gone. What did that mean? Did it mean anything? And why Junpei felt compelled to push the buttons on the bracelet after hearing them? Seven had asked him about it while they waited for Clove to finish crying. He had no answer for him then, and he still didn't. All he could say was that it seemed to have been a subconscious reaction. His fingers had simply moved on their own accord. It was the only explanation that made any sort of sense, and it made almost no sense. Junpei had no idea what any of it meant. His mind was a maelstrom of mysteries, clues, theories, and more mysteries. He could barely think. And of course, Snake and Clover had been subjected in a similar experiment 9 years ago.
The ability to access some morphogenetic fields is affected by a couple of things. First is epiphany, and the other is danger. And someone did actually die. A girl. Her name was,
There had been another experiment conducted on the same ship 9 years ago. A girl had died during it. Morphogenetic field theory. The 2 murders. Switching clothes. The known regain. And whatever strange thing was happening to Junpei himself. The maelstrom in his head spat out words and ideas that disappeared back into it almost as soon as he grasped them. But as he struggled through them, Junpei began to realize something. There was something that tied all of them together. Zero. He was the ringleader, the person who had trapped 9 people on the sinking ship. Zero knew everything. If they could uncover Zero's identity, all of their questions would be answered. Who was Zero? Junpei had the beginnings of a theory. If we could only test it. Or perhaps. At any rate, we have plenty of time to decipher the details later. For now, it is of utmost importance that we escape. Junpei, it was 4:30 the last time you checked the clock, yes? We have less than an hour. We must hurry. Hey, how are we gonna get out of here? Isn't it obvious? Through the other number 9 door. Oh yeah. Yeah, you're right. With Snake, we can open the door.
don't tell me you hadn't figured it out.
As he snapped back and forth, Junpei glanced at Snake's left hand. He was wearing a bracelet with a 2 on it. Come on, you gotta tell me these things. Oh, I assumed you figured it out. Ah, forget it. Let's get going. Seven stomped off toward the smaller number 9 door. Clover, Snake, and Junpei followed. Seven quickly laid his hand on the red, and Asterisk appeared on the screen. Junpei and others followed suit and laid their hands on the scanner panel. Soon, there were 4 asterisks on the screen. Seven glanced at them, then laid his hand on the lever of the red. Alright. You guys ready to go? Yes.
Yep.
Junpei paused for a moment. Not yet. Oh, before we go in, I'd like to check something. You want to check something? Yeah, but before I do, Trevor, could you pull the lever? I want to make sure we can verify with just the four of us. What do you mean? We don't need to. Just do it, alright? If the door opens, don't go in yet, okay? Please, this is really important. I really need to check this, okay? Work with me here. You look directly into Seven's eyes. The older man looked back for a moment, then nodded. Fine. Seven pulled down on the lever and door 9 creaked open. Then they waited. 6, 7, 8. 9 seconds the door closed. Alright, that means the four of us can go into door 9. So, we knew that already. It's obvious. Obvious. Yeah, you're right, it is. Now what happens if you add Zero's bracelet? What? Zero's bracelet? Why don't you take it out, Clover? For a moment, Clover was surprised, but she recovered quickly and stuck her tongue out at Junpei.
So you did know I had it. I picked it up because I thought it might be useful sometime.
She reached into one of the pockets of her voluminous jacket and produced a bracelet. Junpei took it from her and turned to Seven. This was in the left hand of the corpse in the captain's quarters. If you look at it, you can see it got a 0 on the face. Just to make this a little easier to talk about, I'm gonna call the guy we found dead in the captain's quarters Cap. If Cap was really 0, then I should be able to open door 9 with just me, Clover, and his bracelet. But most importantly, if you were Cap and this was your game, would you really put one of these bracelets on yourself? Anyway, let's just give it a shot. Clover, give me your hands.
Okay.
After he and Clover scanned their bracelets, he waved Cap over the scanner panel. Then he pulled the lever. However, the door didn't open. The red display read error. I knew it. Now, what does this tell us? Maybe the bracelet has to be on your wrist in order for it to work. No, that's impossible. See how the panel showed the third asterisk when I scanned Cap's bracelet? Whether or not it's on your wrist doesn't matter. All you have to do is put the bracelet near the panel for it to register. She waves his bracelet. Seven waves his bracelet in front of the scanner. Sure enough, a single asterisk appeared on the red. Oh. So you're right. See? What does that mean? There's only one possibility. The bracelet is the number 0. Is that what you're saying? That's right.
Then what number is it?
Let's find out. Junpei. Scan the bracelet with this combination. How did we do that last time? What last time? We had it. We had it earlier that we had the number 0 bracelet and we were trying different combinations, but I forgot if it was the same people or how exactly. I'm just going to try different combinations. Thank Junpei Cat. Combination opens the door, then the bracelet was number 2. However, taking Clover. Um, 2 and And Junpei is 5-7. Would this work? The cat base was number 4, however. No. Now we tried with Snake Clover in 7. No. So then the option will be 7 and Junpei. That would make 12. The cat base was number 6. Okay. Let's go for now. I hope you have a wonderful stream. Thank you for stopping by, Chocolate. Hey, it opened. The door opened.
What? Why? What does it mean?
Most of the Clover seemed rather shaken. It's turned to look at Junpei for the answers. The door slid heavily shut. Junpei raised an eyebrow. Is it obvious? Cat's bracelet is number 6. But does it say 0? This is the 0. The symbol in here isn't a number. It's a letter. Oh. Oh?
Wait a minute. I don't get it. Revealers cat bracelet is 6, right?
Oh, there I go. Yeah.
Does it mean that there are 2 people with 6s?
Before Junpei could answer, a snake spoke up. There is most likely only one person with a 6.
But I don't get it. What about June?
This is only an educated guess, but I think June's number was never 6 to begin with. Oh. Her bracelet was flipped. In other words, June's real number is 9. Seems the most likely.
All the door stuff is just a load of crap?
Why'd you say that?
Because if June is 9, then the numbers wouldn't match up.
Clover grabbed Junpei's notebook and began to write furiously in it. Junpei leaned over to look at it. List of all the number doors June's gone through. Snake read each row out loud so that Clover read each row out loud so Snake could follow along.
Alright, I made a list of all the numbered doors that June has gone through so far. I won't tell which door she went into and with who. And I wrote what all the numbers were. If you switch 9, whatever, there's 6. The numbers don't work. If the digital root is 7, then you can't open door 4. If this root's 2, then you can't open door 8.
Clover, do you notice anything interesting on that list?
What do you mean?
We're talking about 3, right?
3?
Santa's always in the room with her. That's what you're saying, isn't it? Yes, exactly.
What about it?
It's quite simple, really. You told me the first time you came to his room, Santa was the first to refuse to leave June behind. Now, does that beg the question, why? Why would Santa do such a thing? The answer's easy. If Santa can't open door 9 with only 7 and Lotus. Of course, there's only one reason for that. This number isn't actually 3. Santa's real number. Steph, would you be so kind as to modify my sister's equation? Yeah, sure. Steph took the pen from a confused Clover and began to adjust her calculations. This is why you were getting it, right, Snake? He read out the changes he made. When he finished, he looked at Snake. Snake smiled. Thank you. That's exactly right, 7. Santa's true number wasn't 3. It was 0.
Santa is 0?
And June was 9, not 6. On the contrary, Santa was 0, not 3. Plus 3 and minus 3. They cancel one another out. It appears out of order. It means that even though he set the whole damn thing up, that was still playing by the rules of the nonary game the whole time. Precisely.
Do you think Santa planned this whole thing?
I'm not sure if he acted alone or not, but I think it's safe to conclude that he is 0. If my hypothesis is correct. Grover bit her lip. She seemed to be having some difficulty believing her brother's explanation. Junpei remained silent and thought. Nick's hypothesis didn't satisfy him. June's bracelet was flipped. Even if that were possible, there would have been 2 number 9 bracelets. And if that were the case... Alright, that's enough talk. Let's go. It's high time we went through that door. Let's go! Door 9 opened. They let through. The dad was directly in front of them as they came through the door. Quickly they scanned their bracelets. And the detonator stopped. Phew. After pausing for a moment to catch a collective breath, Junpei and his companions headed down the long hallway in front of them. At the end was a set of stairs leading down to into the ship. It looked as though they led all the way to the bottom deck. They looked down, it didn't seem to be flooded. After deciding was safe, they headed down the stairs. Before long, Junpei and his companions found themselves on the bottom deck. They turned left into another hallway, at the end of which they found another door. And of course, there's a symbol engraved over the key. It looked like the sort of harpoon one would use to hunt fish, the kind with 3 prongs. The snake traced the shape of him with its fingers. This is the Neptune symbol. There must be a key around here somewhere. Neptune key. All Junpei had was a Uranus key card. Not the same planet, not even the same sort of key. Clearly, I wasn't going to open this door. As examining the door for a few more minutes, they gave up and headed back to the way they came. With a little more searching, they found a metal door. On the side of it was a card reader. The symbols were great on the card reader. They matched the Uranus symbol of the key card Junpei was carrying. This is the place. He muttered to himself and slid the card through the reader. It beat once, and the light on it turned green. With a heavy metal groan, the door creaked open. Junpei, Clover, Snake, and Seven looked at one another, nodded, and stepped through. The room they found themselves in was full of books. It looked remarkably like a library. Not the sort of library where large numbers of people came to read books. More the sort of library that was simply a place to store books. He felt a little overwhelmed by the sheer number of books, but Junpei did his best to speak without authority. Alright, if we want to get through that door out here, we need the Neptune key. I say we split up and look for it.
Okay.
Very well. Sure thing. Good, let's get started then. We don't have a lot of time. Hurry! Alice sleeps in a small chamber past the force of knowledge. As he began his search for reasons he didn't fully understand, Junpei felt those particular words flow through his mind. Oh shit, we have an escape room! A new one! Alright, what do we have here? Note on the table. Lights to the books. Oh, what does that mean? Well, intelligence of the hide self in darkness. Ever thought about the page of a book? Each page only sees what maybe 2 or 3 minutes of light before the reader is on to the next. But the rest of the lives locked in darkness, rather like myself. It's horrible. Oh, don't get me wrong. I'm not complaining, not at all. I live in the darkness, yes. But that is a gift to me with the ability to catch the truths of others might miss. I can hear the voices hidden in the darkness, you might say. Things narrow, feel like I'm walking across a tightrope. Gee, Snake, aren't you scared? Imagine wall 20 inches wide and runs along the top of a 10-story building. Would you walk along that wall, Junpei? No way. And what about the balance beam in the gymnasium? Well, that's easy. You don't find it strange? A balance beam is far narrower than 20 inches. Why is it that the balance being poses no challenge to you, but the hypothetical 10-story wall does? Like can easily turn people into cowards. Time to time, life in darkness can give you courage. Okay, what if we go down here? We have books. That kind. What the hell is this? Was that a German mathematician? Maybe it's a complicated compilation of works. Owen. Owen is not to go on. Perhaps it's about the English Revolutionary. What do you think of that twist? I mean, I was lightly expecting it because I knew with each ending we were really getting to know all the characters. Like with the safe ending, we know a lot about Seven, Lotus, and Ace, and also Snake even as well. With this ending and mostly just the X ending, we got to know Clover a bit better. So the only person we still really hadn't known much about were Santa and June. So if there was one of us, then I was lightly expecting it to be one of them. Leibniz. It was in German. It was like it's the complete words of something. I've heard of it. It doesn't know that. Don't get. Sheldrake. Is it Sheldrake? Okay, oh god. I'm just going to check all the shells real quick, but it's probably just going to be nonsense. Seems algebraic number theory took log gas, and the other theory will be as well. Right. It's small enclosure with 9 sides where there are 3 of these things that look kind of like music stands. First, put something on those stands. Okay. Too many books. Or is this one? Clover. What's the deal with this sad stuff? Pick up the door to the library. Pretty impressive. Almost looks like the door to a shrine or church or something. Another door after, then a passageway beyond that. At the end of the passageway is the door with the Neptune symbol. Do you ever need to find the key with the mark of Neptune? Okay. So the best prognosis team in the world. Blech. That's like 7 and I don't exist. I know, right? Okay. Get down here. The Sheldrake on the spine of the book. Got the volume numbers written on the lower part of the spine. You really not do anything with these. This is the wall. Suspicious about the shelf on the left. Oh. Okay. Will the glass door cylinder lock? You know, the kind of lock where you rotate the numbers around until you got the right one to open it. She gave us the answer. Guess might as well give it a shot. A couple books on the glass shelf. Let's try to say 16132 145. Wasn't that on it? 632. Oh, wait. Oh, there we go. That was so bad. Yay, don't know why, but I don't really feel particularly happy about being praised for that. Whatever, at least the lock's open now. We can get this open, alright? Powerful light bulb. Few lights in the thing. They aren't very bright though. You need to find some kind of really powerful light bulb. Why don't you put it into one of these lights? Yeah, a lot brighter, but there are 3 lights. It means 3 light bulbs. There won't be much point unless you can replace all 3 light bulbs. Okay. So we only have a light bulb and nothing else. I'm just going to check all the bookcases. Get through all the fun time. Maybe one of these is what we need to work on. Pictures are better text stuff, blah 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 blah. Let's see. Oh! Automated robotic assembly line techniques. So Chromebook is voice stuff. Oh, you think of a different sort of robot. It's talking about automated machinery that uses built-ins like or photochemistry. Let's look at it, okay? Full space behind these books. Okay, I think there's something hidden behind the books. Oh, there we go. Engage your computer science. It's so vague, I don't really know about it. What's library? There's anything here now. It says Foundation of DNA Genetic Engineering. Okay. Engineering. I don't even understand the damn title. Which is Shell Cell Science Technology. So that's the let's do travel through time. Colors in the moon. You know, the rabbit that lives on the moon. Where's a pretty cube? What the moon stuff about? For the Judas tree, it is said to grow on the moon according to Chinese legends. Okay, do we have to talk about literally every fucking bookshelf? Like, come on. If it's not important, don't make the a rambling about it. Mind swap. Or 7 can never catch a break. God, shove it at Tea Party. I get it. What do we have here? do these titles? They'll just gibberish. Like switch them around. Well, maybe they'll spell something. Open here, find bulb. Okay. That wasn't so bad. Okay, did you pay? Is that well enough? Okay. Aside from the constant yapping about each bookshelf section, the puzzles were easy. 3 lights in here. Gonna change these bulbs. No, just shoot. Whoa, those light bulbs really make a difference. It's pretty bright in here now. I'm blind, and you just have to do this. Wait a minute. The tale says lights to the books. Lights to the books. Lights are really bright here. It's really bright in here. Let's put something on these stands. Oh, books. Do we need to get all the books? It's from medieval periods. Are we just going to every bookshelf and see what we can get? Oh, come on, not more. Come on, we have enough about it. Super medieval period. Oh my god, come on, I just want to find the books. I feel like I'm being punished for trying to look everywhere. Also, do we have everything here? Nature. Talk about a hippie chick. Do something about environmental protection. Paleontology. This is actually geology. If we go down here. Get a book here. The Native American cover. One Native Americans have. We got some. Oh! It's a pulp book. Okay, wait. Maybe you're supposed to put those pop-up books on the stand and you can open them up. Okay, need to find more picture books. Oh, you could already put one down, my god. I don't know what that kind Owen, Leibniz and Sheldrake are. We know they're like German books. There's a book here. Some other tier books. Bunch of books on folklore. Oh! Another one of those picture books in here. How do... God. I just need to get lucky in finding them, I guess. There we go. Search. What's inside? I almost thought it would say sex for some reason. I don't know why. I was like, whoa. Not on my notary game. Oh my god, I don't want to know about folklore. I just want to find a pop-up book, Snake. I don't need to know about this. Please save me the trouble. Okay, where's the last book? Where can it be? Checked here, checked here. Something with these books, I guess? No. Oh my god, Snake, you don't need to explain every fucking topic of books. Easily the worst part in this escape room is they won't shut up about every book in this library. I get this nice fluff dialogue, but I'm trying to find a pop-up book here. Check there. Was I absolutely sure that I checked in here? Let me check here. Why did mankind lose their tails? That's an evolutionary problem, my man. I swear to God, I love you, but I want to punch your face in with how much you're wasting my time here with stuff. My God. God. If it keeps going to yap more and more, I'm just going to look up where the book is, because I am losing my patience rapidly. Natural selection, my ass. Check there. Okay, where is... Oh. Here. No, I've been through this section before. Oh. How the fuck are you supposed to get that book? Like, nothing is highlighting it. Heads. I could use some head. Thank you. Using look like kind of like music stands. Okay, how about we try putting these pictures books on the stands? Thank you. And Sheldrake 5 or Sheldrake -5, however you look at it. Good work. Good Junpei, good job, buddy. There's something protecting on the bottom. Does it seem familiar? So we need to get Sheldrake Volume 5. Sheldrake on the spine of this book. Vulnerable on the lower part of the spine. Oh my god, do we have to baby step this? Come on. Sheldrake 5. Sheldrake. Junpei read the text out loud. You saw the rest of their collection somewhere.
Yeah, I think it was somewhere around here.
Let's go take a look.
Okay.
Silverclover walked off, leaving Junpei and Snake behind. Have you heard of him? Sheldrake, I mean. Junpei grinned. Yeah, Lotus told me about him. There's a British biochemist named Sheldrake. He had a rather interesting theory. A theory of morphogenetic fields, which relies on the theory of morphoresonance. Really? Lotus, huh? Well, Clover also said something to me about this stuff. She did? Yeah, what was it?
He believes the axis of morphogenetic fields is affected by a couple of things. The first is epiphany, the other is danger.
Oh, that girl. I told her not to tell anyone. You did? Why? Junpei's eyes narrowed. Look, man, I didn't push it cause we are in a hurry, but I'm kind of sick of this. How about you just tell me, okay? Tell you what? Don't give me that. How about the experiment? Snake's shoulders slumped and he shook his head slowly. He'd finally given up. Very well, fine. I'll tell you everything. But not here. Let's move to the top floor. Junpei nodded. With that, they climbed the stairs to the top floor. Snake was silent for a moment after they arrived, and finally crossed his arms and spoke. Suppose I might ask as well start by telling you why I kept quiet and why I made sure Clover did as well. To be honest, the explanation is quite simple. Zero told me not to. I had little choice. He didn't walk up and tell me, of course. He gave me a message engraved on a card. Snake reached into his sleeve and pulled out a small, stiff piece of paper. It looked a good deal like the one he'd shown everyone on the central staircase. So he had 2 cards. No, only one. Huh? What do you mean? I thought the card just had some rules for the Nonary game on it. Yes, it did. Those were the rules I read you. However, they were not the only thing on the card. There was something I didn't read. Well, perhaps to say there was something I couldn't read. What was it? And that was? Tell no one of the event that took place 9 years ago. Tell and I'll activate your sister's detonator. Oh. Well, Snake nodded. Well, what about Clover? Did she get a message from Zero too? I don't believe she did. But does it strike you strange that Zero would shut my mouth, but not hers. Yeah, that does seem a little weird. To be on the safe side, however, I told her it was best not to tell anyone. Still, apparently she told you. That girl. What's wrong with her telling me? Figure some stuff out with the things she told me. I mean, it looks like the whole activator detonator thing was just a bluff. She's prancing around downstairs, happy and as calm as she now that you're back. Snake lies down at Clover and Seven, examining one of the bookshelves. It's very true. I decided I could trust you. I decided to tell you the truth. The chance that Santa is 0 is very high. I feel like I can assume Santa doesn't have the time to observe us at the moment. At any rate, even if he were, I very much doubt he would kill us. Why not? Clover told me about the 4-leaf clover, about the words. If he knew about that, then he was in my group during the first experiment. I'm sure of it. He wouldn't kill us, no matter what the situation was. Snake paused and cocked his head, as though he was listening for something very far away. His face looked dark, and thought something was weighing on him. Hey, Snake? He wasn't quite sure what to say. Snake turned and looked at him. Yes, I know. You want to know what happened during the experiment? Yeah. How much do you know? He related to Snake everything Clover had told him. The morphogenetic field in experiments 9 years prior that had dealt with it. How the experiment had taken place simultaneously at 2 locations, one being the ship and the other being a building in the valley. How they had played the Nonary game. He told him everything. Finally, he told him how a girl had died during the experiment. Oh, she told you all that, did she? Snake looked down. His face was tight. A slight tremor shook his body, and he tried to hide it. He was putting on a good front, but even Junpei could tell he was holding back something deep and powerful. He made it as if to brush something from his face and look at you. At any rate, I know how much you have learned. All that remains for us to determine is who did this and why, right? Yes. Can you tell me what happened? Snake nodded slowly. The people who organized the initial experiment were from a company called Cradle Pharmaceutical. There were 4 of them running the show. Kentaro Hogo, Nagisa Nijisaki, Teruaki Kubota, Kagachika Musashido. Hogo was the CEO of Cradle Pharmaceutical. Nijisaki was the right-hand man to the lion's share of the planning. Kubota led the company's research and development division. Musashido was the majority stockholder. It was these 4 people who planned the initial experiment. Let me simplify for you. Hongo designed it, Nijisaki pulled it all together. Kubota developed the technology required, and Musashido provided the cash. It was Hongo, Nijisaki, Kubota, Musashido. You're going to shake the sense that he heard those 4 names somewhere before. Of course, more than 4 people were required to conduct the experiment of this scale. To that end, they organized a top-secret team to assist with the research. All in all, they gathered 10 or so people. Those 10 completed their team, and they were able to begin the project. They named it the Nonary Project. The purpose of the experiment was to research the prospect of controlling a human mind through sheer will. The vessel, I suppose you could say, for its controls a morphogenetic field. Why did the glycerin suddenly begin to crystallize? Why did the crystal structure of EDT undergo a sudden change? Why did the rats improve their puzzle-solving skills with each generation? Experiments with humans produce the same results. The more people who knew the answer to a question, the more people there were who could answer it correctly without having seen the problem before. Why? How? The answer is that the shape of the answer was stored in the field invisible to the naked eye. And through that field, the resonant event transmits information related to that answer. That's essentially the idea behind morphogenetic fields. But that's just a theory. A game theory! I'll stop. Can't bring yourself to believe it? Not really. Let's say someone killed another person because the devil told them to do it. Whether the devil exists or not has no relevance to the murder. They believe the devil exists. Whether or not he does is immaterial. What matters here is that Hongo believes in the morphogenetic field. Snake nodded. I still don't get it. You said they wanted to figure out how to control people, right? That's what you were saying. Yes. How are they going to do that with the morphogenetic fields? I'll keep it simple. Let's suppose 10,000 people have solved a certain problem. The chance of you knowing that answer, even if no one has told you, will go up. Let's have another example, shall we? Say 1,000,000 people were to do a handstand right now. Tomorrow the chance of you doing that handstand would be higher, even if you had heard nothing of this hypothetical mass handstanding. Mankind's thought process and actions are all part of a resonant event. All the resonant events encoded in the fields are projected onto you. And of course, this assumes you believe in this theory. Do you follow so far? Yeah. But let's say, hypothetically, that there was a person who had the same effect as those millions of people. What would happen? If one person were to do a handstand, other people would find themselves wanting to do handstands as well. Can you imagine what a person with powers like that would be able to do? Come on, there's no way. I'm not done. Imagine another scenario, imagine another person. This is an ordinary person. Let's say he does a handstand. What if there was someone who could grab the resonant event he created by doing that? He used to make other people do handstands. What would happen then? The person who has the power to provide to the field is someone who can read from the same. You can think of it as a writer and the reader, or the transmitter and the receiver. What would the world be like if there were people with abilities like these? Have you thought about it for a moment? So the transmitter's resonant event can be transmitted through the field and sent to the receiver. And then the transmitter can control the receiver however they wish. It feels a bit like writing a letter, placing it down, and somebody can pick it up and then read the letter. That's how I'm interpreting this a little bit. That's what you're saying, right? Yes, close enough at least. Come on, that's just crazy. Well, if you want to prove that, then we have to test it first. At least that was how they thought. That was why they decided to do the experiment. That was how the Nonary project began. Snake suddenly looked very serious. Junpei, have you ever heard of the Gansfeld experiment? Junpei nodded. Yeah, it was an experiment in telepathy, right? Put a pair of subjects in separate rooms. Then they show one of them a picture and ask the other what they saw. Interesting. I'm impressed. Yes, that's exactly correct. So why'd you bring up the Gansfeld experiment? It was used to screen subjects for the Nonary project. The hospital in a remote town was affiliated with Cradle Pharmaceutical. Hongo used it to conduct experiments on visiting children in secret. Some of them, he found, had potential. He began to gather children that showed promise, children that seemed as though they might be able to access the fields. Of course, none of them volunteered. They were kidnapped. His face barely moved as he spoke. There were 9 pairs of siblings taken, for 18 children total. For reasons that were not fully understood at the time, each pair had one transmitter and one receiver. They were split perfectly. As such, the 18 children were split into 2 groups of 9. The children who were put in group Q were the ones who excelled at transmitting. They were transferred to the mock experiment building known as Building Q in the Nevada desert. The children who excelled at receiving were put in group A. Members of Group A were placed on the former hospital ship Gigantic. For the experiments they had conducted so far, Hongo had learned the following. There are 2 things that can increase one's resonance with the fields. The first is epiphany, the other is danger. If you ever faced with an especially difficult problem and thought about it very long and very hard, until finally an answer suddenly appeared in your mind. It may seem obvious to say so, but that was what it meant by epiphany. Information obtained through that epiphany can be easily transmitted through the fields, where it can be easily interpreted. Adding danger to that equation allows for even easier field access. Therefore, Hongo set up an experiment of puzzles across the Gigantic. The Participants had to solve each puzzle before they could move to the next room. Of course, he hadn't forgotten to include danger. More specifically, he had detonated a bomb on the hull of the Gigantic. Children Group A were forced to play the notary game as the ship's son. By forcing the children into a life or death situation, Hongo hoped to increase the likelihood of their tapping into the fields. The children from Group Q, on the other hand, were confined to the mock experiment building, Building Q. Building Q duplicated the interior and the puzzles of the Gigantic exactly. Hongo explained the situation to the children in Group Q. Solve the puzzles you find throughout the rooms. When you solve them, transmit the information to the children Group Q. If you succeed, you will be able to solve the puzzles and escape. But if you fail, then the Gigantic will sink, and your brothers and sisters will drown. Do you know why the astronauts of Apollo 13 were able to return to Earth safely? It was because NASA had access to a replica of the Apollo 13 capsule. All the equipment, the instruments, everything, all of it identical. NASA was able to replicate the situation the astronauts were facing by putting themselves in the same situation. They attempted to solve the problems they knew the astronauts were experiencing. Once they had found solutions, they reported the findings to the men aboard the actual capsule. They also were able to return safely. It was the same with the Gigantic and Building Q. The children from Group Q had to use the power of Epiphany to solve the puzzles they found, and transmit what they learned through the fields. The children Group A, however, had to access the fields to learn how they might advance to the next stage. That's the simplest explanation I can manage. Snake sounded defeated. His half-hearted attempt to add the derision served only to show how much this story had affected him. Just as Junpei was about to speak. Hey, Junpei, Snake, how much longer are you two gonna sit around on those bony asses? Get down here already. Seven's voice echoed up from below. Snake took a deep breath and blinked rapidly, as if just waking up from a long nap. He's right. Let's go, shall we? We don't have much time. We need to get out of here, and soon. Snake headed for the stairs, but Junpei put out an arm to stop him. Hold it. There's one more thing I want to ask you. Are you sure that there were 18 kids? Why? Well, I thought I was only 16. Oh yes, that's what they said on the news, wasn't it? Yes, and no doubt that 18 children were abducted and used in Hongo's experiment. After all, you couldn't exactly play a notary game with any less, could you? Well, yeah, but are you saying that the news got it wrong? Yes, I am. There were 2 more children. However, there are no relatives that I'm aware of. I imagine no one filed a police report when they were missing. They were brother and sister, like Clover and I. The brother's name was Ai. The sister's name was... Her name was... Snake couldn't seem to bring himself to continue. It looked as if he was about to say brother in Grey Brain. Her name was Akane. Excuse me? That was the girl who died. It felt as if he had been punched in the stomach. Okay. Well, first of all, fucking finally that they don't blue ball me any longer and drop the name. Second of all, whoo. Okay. His vision went blurry and his head felt light. He couldn't think straight. Everything was blank. Had Akane Kurashiki died 9 years ago? If she had, then who was June? No, that's impossible. Couldn't be true. Akane wasn't an uncommon name. If Snake had known her last name, then that would have been an entirely different matter. So they shared a name. There were many other people who did as well. It meant nothing. It was a different person. Of course it was a different person. It had to be. Junpei shook his head hard and pulled himself back to reality. Something wrong, Junpei? Your breathing sounds strange. The Snake had noticed. Junpei cleared his throat and tried to act calm. Oh no, it's nothing. I'm fine. Let's get back down there, alright? Snake raised an eyebrow but said nothing. He headed down the stairs, Junpei bringing up the rear. He couldn't bring himself to ask. He told himself he knew the answer already, but he couldn't bring himself to ask what the girl's last name had been. With every step he took, the cold, hard sound of feet against metal dug in. at his heart. Chuck, this is it. This is what the shadow picture was pointing to.
It is it. Is it 5 in the shadow picture?
Yes, I think we need to find the 5th volume. Oh, for God's sake. I could have done this earlier. Look at that. There's a big red button behind the book. You should press this button. Oh!
What's that sound?
Sounded like something really big was moving.
Came from the top floor.
Alright, let's go check it out. But there was a story cutscene. Yeah. It just felt aggravating because I was like, it's right there, people. Is this supposed to be Roman numerals? It's like an output monitor. I bet the letters you typed on the keyboard will show up here.
I bet you got types still on the keyboard.
Yeah, but you can only enter letters.
You can only enter 4 letters.
Let's see how it works. You just need to hit enter once you type the letters. And you can erase what you type with clear. Okay, get the basic operations. I'll give it a shot. Wait, so 13? 13, 14, 10, 13. Wait, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M. M, N, J, M? No. Okay, so it's not following which level on the keyboard. Those words are right. See, are there any more hints? Roman numerals are converted to Arabic numerals. There are 13, 14, 10, and 13. True. This keyboard only has letters, and you can only enter 4 letters. You want to convert the numbers to letters? Convert the numbers to letters? I was trying that? I think there's something wrong. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, J, K, L, M, N, P, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M. D, E, G, Have we already? Is it kind of like the other one? I remember the one in the captain's room. Oh. The so we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9. A is 10. 11. Dead. Oh, there we go.
You did it, Junpei. It's a lockdown.
Good job, Junpei. Whoa there, don't get too excited. Password was dead, remember? Just maybe think whatever's waiting for us isn't good. Hexadecimal, yeah.
Jeez, you're such an old lady. We can't be worried about stuff like that. I mean, come on. You got the lock, did we? Let's go, hurry up.
Right, handle. This heavy is over here. I can't open it. This thing won't even budge. Why not? Put the password. What else do we have to do? Other door. Oh, okay. Chose poorly. You found it. Door opened, and two Pinellas leapt through it. But no sooner than they done so, than the clang of metal and metal rang out behind them. They spun around. The door they just come through had slammed shut. Tupin grabbed hold of it with both hands and pulled with all strength. Urgh. Damn it! 2-second locks automatically. Is there any other way out? Well, there's another door over on the right. There's a card reader next to it. It's got a red light on it though, so I'm pretty sure it's locked too. But there is a card reader, right? Yeah. And perhaps if you find a key card, you could open the door and leave. Well, yeah, that might work, but...
Hey, wait a minute. They say we're gonna have to search through this room for one little card?
Oh man. It took a second to look at the room they found themselves in. Oh. It was filled with piles upon piles of all manner of things. The only word that could describe it was chaotic. It was like a tornado had passed through, followed by a giant who had picked up and shaken the entire room a few times. Tupin's heart fell. Both of them looked as though they were about to cry. Oh, we can sit down and wait to die, if that's what you prefer. I rather doubt that, however, so it would be wise to start looking. We haven't much time. Let's find that key card. Oh, and a Netum key as well. We won't be able to get through the hallway without it. Alright then, let's begin. Another one. Okay then. Let's do it. Oh hey, it's the one from the cat's medical table. You can see Elsa's face. There are piles of crap everywhere. This place is a mess. It's so messy, I don't know where to start. Some of the crap looks familiar. A lot of these are parts of the puzzle we've solved in the other rooms. If that's true, then this room could be Zero's laboratory. Perhaps Zero would shut himself in this room to devise the machines and puzzles he'd need to see his plan come to fruition. Just a pile of junk, okay. Desk. All the computer monitors on the desk. To shoot, one always do, maybe touch it. Oh! On the screen. What's this? It just cells here with numbers and letters in. See that? If you touch the cell, the one next to it turns on or off. Gotta make sure to make them all cells on the right and the bottom green. Find this piece of paper on the thing when I look at this. Might have something to do with a puzzle. There's numbers and letters connected by equal signs. Just like you said, it's probably related to the puzzle on the screen somehow. Show me the fucking letter then! What does it say? You just need to make all the cells all green. Okay. Oh, there we go. This is not like the hexadecimal system, it seems. Right, so we have like 1, 15, 521. Oh, okay. So we need to make A, which is 10. Which is 13 plus 6. Shit. Oh, okay. That's how we do it. Oh god. Uh. Hmm. Okay. So that solves that one. That solves that one. Okay. So I need to make sure D is gone. The 4 is lit up in the top right. Then on the bottom one, B needs to be turned off. So we need to turn on D, B, and okay. Okay, that's correct. Oh god. This is evil. You get those lit on. What if? So close. You need one. Okay, what about a different approach? First I tried to get rid of the D, now if we can get rid of the B, maybe. That would work maybe better, so... Close. Do the other way around. This. Make sure. I am just... It's a difficult puzzle, yeah. Because the solution is D and B need to be turned off. Everything else needs to be turned on. That's the solution. That's just getting to that solution. So if you try to look at it from D's perspective, if I press D, and then this one, then I just need to fill in the bottom. But I had the solution the other way around. Do you mind if I say a suggestion? Yeah, go for it. That's okay. The bottom one. Do this one, then bottom right, left needs to still be filled in. Doesn't really work. Holy shit! Got it! Damn! That was unexpected. Excellent job solving the puzzle. This is what I would have expected of you, Junpei. Thanks. You're embarrassing me. Okay, we don't have time for that. Look at this. Check out the right edge of the control panel. It opens and it came out. cross emblem. Very well, thank you. Oh, I guess we need to collect 4 crosses. Symbols are gray just above each indentation. Did with no help? Yeah, I'm surprised. The upper left is a steering wheel symbol. The upper right is a cross symbol. Well, that's a mysterious circle symbol. Lastly, the waffle pad is engraved near the bottom right. Each symbol seems to have given a number. 1 steering wheel, 2 cross, 3 mysterious circle, 4 waffle pad. Perhaps you need to insert the emblems in this order. Okay, I should save that for later. Oh wait, this is the part with the world map. Oh, do we not have... Compass on here? Your deck low, but it's still possible this one in the wheelhouse. You need to do the same thing here. Nautical table just found. You had to match the directions in the compass to the line on the nautical table. Steering wheel in the wheelhouse, that time I'm gonna use the wheel attached to the side here. Maybe I'll run through the instructions. Looks like it's probably works the same way steering wheel in the wheelhouse did. Touch the direction I want to turn, the compass will turn that direction. Then gotta press stop, the compass will... yeah, I get it. I get it. Let's do it. Oh wait, we're going a different direction now. So south. Then we go west. Then south east. Northeast. Okay. Then east. North. And east. Ding ding ding. Good boy. Who's a good boy? I'm getting praised like a dog. What the hell, Clover? Okay, got a helm emblem. What a grid on these pieces of paper. Appreciate the stuff. Morse code. Oh, we're gonna have to learn Morse code. Okay. Perhaps when I... Whoa, well, now we got something on the screen at least. Like the cap room, yeah. I also do like this when I figured out that Morse code puzzle back in the communications office. Code, yeah, the dots in here looks like this for Morse code. There are 2 dots on the first line, 4 on the second, and 1 on the last. I don't understand, but perhaps you should give it a shot anyway. Before I do that though, maybe I'll run through the instructions. If you stab the button to enter dit, if hold the button down, enter da. Once you enter or answer, it'll automatically determine if it was the correct answer or not. I can also switch through the code sheet to go by touching 3 icons over on the right. Wait, so... Oh, wait. Oh, I could see. Okay, so it's 2, 4, and 1. Okay, so it needs to be something with 2 in them, 4 with that, and 1 with that. The last one was either E or T. If you spell like a 3-letter word. Wait, what if you spell ice with it? Oh my god, it's that easy. Yes, with ice. Something sliding open. What could have made the noise? I don't know. Just stop talking and let me check. There we go. The code emblem. There's one more screen that we need to do somewhere. Big models here. The power sum, there's nothing on any screens. Oh, wonder what it is. We did this one. We did that one. Models hanging over the ceiling. Each room shows a room on the ship. Pile of crap everywhere. Later we should try something more promising. I assume there is another monitor maybe that we need to work out then. Oh, I didn't want to touch the pipe. No, don't talk to me about the pipe. The door came through is locked. Okay. Nothing in here anymore. Oh. Another. Oh, holy shit. Coffin in there. Coffin. It's the same thing I am. No way. Could it be? What's going on? It's a coffin. And there's a vampire in it. I guess most they don't know the story. Tell open the box. You press, here we go. It is empty. I can't believe I was scared of something like that. I mean, nobody. We're expecting somebody to be in there. What was that? Oh! Plate and the emblem. Neptune key. Okay, but what is the emblem? Nothing goes. The coffin emblem. Okay. I forgot the order that Snake said it was in. 1 to 4, and there are symbols for the steering wheel. Cross. Steering wheel. There we go. So the models at least. What's that? Some kind of puzzle. Here to you. When you touch a numbered area, the area will be selected and will turn blue. To indicate this. Touching a number ball as selecting an area will cause the ball to move through that area. However, you cannot move the red balls. Only move 3 to 5 balls into a single area. Press the check button once you have moved all the balls, except for the red one, if you cannot move. This route of the balls in the area must match the number for that area. Oh, it's a digital route puzzle. Practice is perfect, just get the shots. This should be doable. Okay, this route of 6. I'm thinking of 15. Digital root of 3. I'm thinking of something like 12. There are numbers left. Oh, okay. Then easy. We make 21. What's happening? Still 3 more indentations left. This will happen when they're all filled in. Doesn't seem likely. Okay. The cross was next, I know that. Looks like the last one, but now there's more of those red balls. Okay. Just look at the screen over there, right? Anyway, let's say the picture's word with 1,000 words. Picture's word 1,000 words. I shut it. That's alright. Okay, let's see here. So we cannot use 1. Okay, so the only option for the 1 would be to make 10. Then... Yep, that works. This is easy. Okay, next was the code one, I believe. Yes. The rules are the same though. I should double check it. My god, have faith in me. The kind of thing that this is train yourself. Oh my god, even Snake is tired of that bullshit. Okay, we cannot use 3. I guess we are making there we go. Only got 1 left. See the light at the end of the tunnel? I sure hope so. Seems number puzzles are a little bit more of my forte. At least the digital roots puzzles really seem to be my forte with this. Okay. But wait. Can it even be possible? Tier 8. Let me pick like 17. Is this allowed? Okay. Okay, we are allowed to keep 1 empty. I wasn't sure if that was the case. Okay, so underneath just keyboards. The bottom of the corner of the desk, I believe. A picture. And draws a single picture. He picked it up. It was a photograph of 4 men. Involuntarily, Junpei's eyebrows shot up. He'd seen 3 of them before. The right was a man with a mustache, the same man they found murdered in the captain's quarters. He'd been wearing the zero bracelet when they found him. Second from the left was a man wearing glasses and a doctor's coat. He was the Nightman, the one who'd worn the bracelet number 9. He had gone through into door 5 alone and met an unpleasant end. Finally, the man on the very left, the man in the pinstripe suit. Oh man, that's Ace! Yeah, I guess it is.
No doubt about it.
Seven and Clover had come to peer into Junpei's shoulder. What did it mean? What was Ace doing in the picture? Perhaps more importantly, what were the Nightman and Cap in it as well? As Junpei looked closer, he noticed the expression on each man's face. Their smiles suggested that they were close, at least to some degree. But why? How? What was the relationship between these 4 men? Snake's voice broke into Junpei's thoughts. You say Ace is in the picture? Yeah, it doesn't look like it was taken recently though. Ace, the Nightman, and Cap all look about 10 years younger. Ah, so the Nightman and the man you found murdered in the captain's quarters are also in the picture. Yeah. Is there anyone else? Or are there only 3 people in the picture? I'm afraid I can't see it. No, there's one more guy. He has kinda long hair. He looks smart but a little cold. He's the one I don't recognize. Maybe... Oh, he's probably the one that was murdered in the showers. Snake knits his eyebrows. What's the date of the photograph? Does it have one? Did you look on the back? Back? Yes, the reverse, the other side. I flipped the picture over. There it was. To be precise, it wasn't a day, but it was certainly significant. He read it out loud so the snake would not be left in the dark. Praying for the success of the Nonri project. With Nijisaki, Kubota, and Musashido. Nonri project. Nijisaki, Kubota, Musashido. Junpei immediately flipped the picture back over. That meant that the 4 men in the picture had run the Nonri game 9 years ago. Ungo had not been mentioned on the back, which Junpei felt meant he had written those words himself. What surprised Junpei was not this revelation, but the fact that it felt nothing like a revelation. It felt obvious. The true identities did not come as a surprise was what Junpei found most surprising. Why then? Why was he surprised? Junpei just discovered that Ace had run the Nonri project, but he felt no spark of excitement or surprise. Nothing. It was also he had already known. Ah, of course, I understand now. Junpei looked over at Snake. In his own confusion, he had missed a dark look on the other man's face. Ace was the CEO of Creative Pharmaceutical. He was one who invented the game 9 years ago. He was Gentaro Hongo. Ace is Hongo? Even if he asked, Junpei felt as though he'd already known. It was as if someone had whispered into his head that yes, of course Ace was Hongo. I was suspicious from the beginning. Their voices were familiar. Too familiar to be a coincidence. I could never forget his voice. It was the voice of the devil. I couldn't be sure though. After all, I'd know what to check. I certainly couldn't ask him. If I'd known, however, I would never have told you. Zero made it quite clear what would have happened if I did.
Oh my gosh, I had no idea.
Huh?
I didn't know that Ace was Hongo.
Oh yes, suppose you wouldn't have. 9 years ago, you were in Building Q in Nevada. But Hongo was in the Gigantic with us.
That's why I didn't know what Hongo looked like. But why? Why didn't you tell me? I mean, I'm your sister, right? You could have told me.
I'm sorry. I apologize for keeping this from you. But if I told you, Clover, you would have told everyone else. And if you did, then I would have been forced to tell them about what happened 9 years ago. I had to prevent that. Clover and Snake's conversation wasn't of particular interest to him. He could still make sense out of his strange feeling of knowledge. He was trying to organize his thoughts when he heard Seven's voice. Hey Junpei, you think I could borrow that picture for a sec? He had no reason to say no, so Junpei handed the picture over. Seven stared at the picture and began to mutter the 4 names of the project leaders over and over to himself. Hongo, Kubota, Nijisaki, Musashido. His brow was furrowed and his face was flushed. Hongo, Kubota, Nijisaki, Musashido. He chanted their names to himself, pacing back and forth across the floor. Yeah, I'm not saying that the third time, come on. Seven should have known these names. Shouldn't have known these names. After all, he hadn't been there when Junpei and Snake had spoken of them in the library. But as Junpei watched him pace, it was clear that he did know them. Hey, Seven, do you... Shut it. Just be quiet. His eyes were red and Junpei could see sweat begin to bead on his forehead. This close to remembering. This close. He was sweating heavily now, but his lips were dry. Hongo, Kubota, Nijisaki, Bushido, Cradle Pharmaceutical, Nonary Project. Then he stopped. Seven set down the picture and looked at the red line near his feet. His eyes narrowed. Then suddenly his eyes went wide and he shot up straight. Shit. What?
What's wrong?
Holy shit. This is nuts. What's nuts? I remember.
Remember what?
Everything. Everything? Yeah. I remember all of it. My memory is back. I remember what happened before I got snatched. Seven's voice was filled with excitement. Oh, sorry, I need to yawn. Junpei in place along with Snake and Clover. Let me tell you what happened. Seven hastily drew a shaking hand across his mouth and began to speak. Like Snake said, Ace is Hongo. On the right, the other three are Musashido, Nisaki, Kubota. Musashido was the man with the catch. Nisaki was Hongo's right-hand man, and Kubota developed the actual technical details of the experiment. Because Ace began to draw on Junpei along with a pressing question. How do you know all this? Come on, man, I told you. Finally got my memory back. No, that's not what I mean. I tried to ask you why you knew all this stuff in the first place before you forgot it. Seven rubbed his scar on his chin. You really want to know? Of course.
Me too.
Snake was the only one who didn't voice any sort of agreement. It looked to Jupe as if it was simply waiting to see where Seven's Sunday recovery might take. It'll take him. Hell, probably take me a good 3 days to tell everything.
But we don't have 3 days.
Just give us the short version, alright? Short version, huh? The big man pulled off his hat and scratched his head. He made a face and put his hat back on. Alright, fine. I'll give it a shot. No promises though. Junpei and Clover nodded earnestly. Seven was a lone wolf detective who felt his own code over the rules, doing what was right over doing what you were told. That was why, on that fateful day, he had gone with his gut, and gone to the wharf at night on the Slim Lead. It was 9 years ago. The wharf had been dark and cold and foreboding. At the time, he'd been investigating a spate of kidnappings, all of them children. They had one thing in common: a history of visits to one particular hospital. The hospital had been under the management of the Cradle Pharmaceutical. And Seven's investigation had turned up evidence that Cradle had been involved in the kidnappings. After a little persuasion, he managed to finally get a lead on someone inside Cradle Pharmaceutical. Told that night a ship were set to take the children from to a passenger liner docked offshore. Seven had of course gone to the wharf. Hidden in the shadows, he searched the harbor until at last he found a ship he was looking for. There were a number of human shapes moving near the ship. They were men in black suits. Many of them were carrying large bags. The bags, there was something about the way they moved that they were carrying. There could be no mistake, there were 2 human beings in these bags. He moved before he even realized what was going on. Out of the shadows he came, his gun already in his hands. He heard the words, "Don't move," but they weren't his. He felt metal touch the back of his head. "Drop your gun," came a cold voice from behind him. "I could kill you right now. It would be nothing at all. I need only tie an anchor to your feet and doubt anyone will see you perhaps a week or so. Is that what you'd like? The fish here would be thankful for it." With the words, he felt a cold metal thing behind him press against his skull. Slowly, Seven crouched down and laid his gun on the ground. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his neck. A needle. Was it some sort of drug? And he was thinking about it. Seven felt his face hit the cold concrete beneath him. He could feel the chill of it seeping into him. Damn it, shit, my head hurts. Seven woke up to find himself lying on the hard floor. He twisted his neck to peer around in the room. Where am I? There was a small shabby bed and a dirty sink. Toilet with no stall 5C of any sort. A scarf was a place Seven had seen all too often. From his cell, huh? After the toilet was a door set into the wall. Seven struggled to his feet and hobbled toward it. He gave the door a good shove, then another, then tried pulling it. It didn't open, but that was about what he'd expected. It wasn't likely that someone would put him in the cell only to leave it unlocked. He threw himself against the door a few times, but to no avail. I knew it. Sever grumbled to himself as he moved back toward the bed. He sat down. He sat there for a very long time. Just how long he wasn't sure. At last he began to nod off and had nearly fallen asleep when he was roused by a distant voice. It's over, it's 9. Voice was far away, very far away. Seven couldn't understand what it was saying. Nonetheless, it was a voice and a high one, most likely a child's. His eyes shot open. As he listened, he could peek out several different distinct voices. There were at least 5 or 6, possibly more. Where were the voices coming from? He looked around the room frantically. Perhaps the door. No, that wasn't it. What? Was it coming from the left? Was it coming from under the bed? He grabbed the bed and flipped it up with ease. There it was. There was a hole for ventilation in the wall where the bed had been, covered with a metal grate. Seven lay down on his stomach and peered through the grate. He couldn't see anything, it was too dark. Now that he found it, however, there could be no doubt it was the source of the voices. For a moment he was confused. Why were the children nearby? Did he remember what the man from Cradle Pharmaceutical had told him? Our ship would take the kidnapped children from the wharf to a waiting passenger liner out in the ocean. Was Seven on the passenger liner? It didn't matter. What mattered was that he found a way to the children. Seven looked at the metal grate. Could he fit through that hole? He stuck his fingers through the grate and grabbed hold of it. I am about to regret that I am actually doing it because I thought I would finish this in 3 hours and we are nowhere close and it's already 4 hours. Oh god. Yeah, how would you like that, you son of a bitch? The dark square sat open before him. Seven wiped the sweat from his forehead and crawled inside. The first section of the duck was small. Seven could do little more than wriggle around his belly. After time, however, it got a little larger, and even someone as large as Seven was able to crawl along on his hands and knees. Felt he had grown from the inchworm to an insect. Not much of an improvement, but it was better than nothing. He began to wonder what the duck would take him when there was a thunderous sound, like a massive metal door slamming shut. Then he heard a voice. Warning, warning, emergency incineration command has been acknowledged. Automatic incineration will take place in 18 minutes. Please evacuate the incinerator immediately. Repeat, emergency incineration command has been acknowledged. The voice wasn't harsh, but something about the calm with it spoke made it even more terrifying. Seven wasn't sure what it meant, but incinerator certainly didn't sound good. Then almost as if it confirmed his suspicion, he heard a chorus of young voices. No, help me! Many of the voices were simply screaming in terror, mixing with one another to create a single horrifying howl. Damn it, what the hell is going on here? Seven began to crawl along the duct as fast as his arms would actually carry him. The noise he made was tremendous, but he was long past carrying. A few moments later, a metal door appeared on the left side of the duct. Seven could hear the screams of the children from the other side of it. This was it. He grabbed hold of the handle and threw the door open. The old metal gave way easily before his arms. What the hell is this place? The room he was looking out into had a dome for ceiling and 9 equally sized walls. At the top of the dome was an upside down funnel. It was almost like a chimney. Then he looked down. There they were. The children he'd been looking for. They stared up at Seven, their cries silenced for the moment by surprise and fear. Whether they were scared of the room or him, Seven couldn't tell. It was certainly possible that they were frightened of both. Not that I could blame him running into a mug like this when they're always scared shitless. He permitted himself a short snort of a laugh, then turned to the children again. Don't worry, kids. I'm not your enemy. I'm one of the good guys. Let's think of one of them moves. Except for one. It was a boy, slightly older than the others, in a private school uniform. Who the hell are you? When he spoke, he took a tentative step forward and gave Seven a suspicious look. I'm a detective. I'm here to rescue you. The moment the words were out of his mouth, he could see the children relax. How are you gonna help us? The boy in the uniform asked. Where's the exit? Seven responded. There isn't one. The doors we came in through won't open, and the door over there... He cut himself off, consider something, and then continued. Anyway, there's no point. We can't get out of here. If we don't get out of here, we're gonna be burnt to death. Burnt to death? Can't you hear it? That voice said the incinerator is gonna start up soon. Voice spoke again. Automatic incineration will take place in 15 minutes. 15 minutes. He only has 15 minutes. Seth looked back at the children. It was a good 20 or 30 feet to the floor. There was no way he could pull the children up. That was when he had an idea. Wait right there. We're gonna be right back. What? Where is he going? Are you just going to leave us here? With his best of smiles, he felt was a reassuring smile. Don't worry, alright? I'll be back, I promise. So just stay calm and wait right there, got it? He didn't wait to hear them respond. There wasn't time. He ran as fast as a man could run on his hands and knees. Before long, he was back in his cell. He was back where he had started, but he had a plan. There was something there that he needed. As soon as he was finished, he dove back into the duct and took off toward the incinerator. Sorry to keep you waiting, guys. Leaning out of the door in the duct, Seven lowered the rope he brought to the floor of the incinerator. Back in the cell, he tore the back sheets into strips and tied it together to make a rope. Like Seven himself wasn't very attractive, but it got the job done. Alright, just tie it around yourself, okay? I'll pull you up at a time. Right. Huh? Wait a sec. That was when he noticed. There was more before. Where are the rest of you going? The boy in uniform answered. I let them go on ahead. We opened the number 9 door and they left. What? You telling me you opened that door? That's what it said. And what the hell are you doing here? We couldn't go with them. Why not? Look, the only people who can go through the number door... Automatic incineration will take place in 5 minutes. The voice reverberated against the walls of the room. Look, that can wait, alright? Just get us out of here. Right. Seven grabbed a hold of the rope. First up was the girl with a ponytail. Next was the girl with the red necktie, followed by a boy in a jacket who said he'd climb up on his own. The last of all was the boy in the uniform. Like the boy in the jacket, he climbed up the rope himself. He looked scrawny from above, but his looks bellied impressive strength. He scaled the rope quickly, but as he was almost to Seven, they heard the sound of someone knocking. All eyes turned to the door. But it was a thick square window. On the other side, they could see a furious face. What the hell is going on here? Why is the room empty? Where the hell are those fucking kids? The door opened and a man stepped in, looking half mad with fury. Seven recognized his face. He'd seen him many times in photos during his investigation. The man's name was Gentaro Hongo, the CEO of Cradle Pharmaceutical. Hongo saw the boy hanging from the rope. Rawr! He roared like an animal and lunged for the rope. Hurry! I know! The boy in uniform resumed the scramble of the rope. You son of a bitch! Get back here, you little shit! He was 15 feet away. 10. The moment he came within arm's reach, Seven grabbed the boy in the uniform. With a jerk, he tossed him into the duct behind him. Grrrr! No! Hongo had lost any semblance of control. His face no longer looked human. It was twisted into something terrifying. The visage of a devil or a furious monster. Seven quickly reeled in his robe, leaving a furious Hongo on the floor of the room and crawled into the ducts. You fucking bastard! You won't get away with this! How dare you compromise this experiment? What experiments, everyone? Atom acceleration will take place in 1 minute. Hey, old man, what the hell are you doing? Hurry up. Hey, old man, what are you doing? Hurry up, there's a boy in uniform. Seven tells Hongo a taunting salute and pulled the door closed. There's no point to going back to Seven's cell, so they continue down the duct to another direction. After 30 feet or so, another duct met theirs, heading down. They nodded at one another, then turned and slid down the ducts. A short time later, they crawled out of the duct to find themselves in a narrow hallway. There was a door on each side of it. The one on the left was a normal double door, but the one on the right was a familiar thick metal door with the black and yellow stripes and a device next to it on the wall. On the door was a plate that read incinerator. Then, that's where we were. Then, that's where we were? Yeah. Hongo might still be in there. Looks like he was shut off though. Wait, what? If he's still in there? Yeah, that's not good. Never grunted. Fine, the other door. Go into the other door. Hurry. Children began to run with Seven, following close behind. On the other side of the door was a large spiral staircase. Run, Seven shouted. They didn't need to be told twice. Up and up they went. Their feet pounded against the steps and their arms churned the air. Round and round and round they went, like a human tornado. Instead we kept going. They passed a couple of rooms that looked like dance halls when the boy in the uniform spoke. Something's up. The council's catching up to us. Oh no. My kid's sister. The girl with the red necktie. Oh no. That's strange. Seven didn't remember seeing the name in the list of children who had gone missing. Hey, Akane! He put his hands around his mouth and yelled. There was no response. Maybe we outran her. Suddenly the boy in the uniform stopped short. Seven stopped too, as did the boy in the jacket and the pony killed. When did we do that? Well, we passed a couple big rooms on the way here. Maybe she took a rest on one of them. No, it's impossible. Sorry, Grandpa, you keep going. I gotta go look for her downstairs. He turned to go. Hey, kid, wait. God damn it, I said wait. The boy even seemed to hear him. Fuck. Seven spun around and yelled to the boy in the jacket and the girl with the ponytail. I'm going after him. You two keep going, alright? You got it? The girl nodded and began to run up the stairs. The boy, however, I'm going with you. Seven didn't have time to argue. Instead, he simply nodded and took off down the stairs. The boy in the jacket followed. They ran all the way to the bottom floor calling for her. Akane was nowhere to be found. Goddammit, where the hell did she go? The boy in the uniform couldn't hide his frustration. Help me! Somebody help me! It was a girl's voice. Akane. The boy in the uniform threw open the door and let in the hall with his face incinerator. Seven and the boy in the jacket followed. Seven couldn't believe what he saw. Hongo had grabbed Akane by the arm and was doing his utmost to force her into the incinerator. Come on, goddammit, move!
No, I don't want to. Let me go. Please let go of me.
She had planted her feet squarely on the floor and was doing her best to get away, but Hongo was much larger than she was. She wasn't going to win. Akane, the boy in the uniform shouted. He roared with anger and charged toward Hongo. You came back. Ah, you were too late, idiots. Hongo lifted Akane bodily from her feet and threw her struggling into the incinerator. Ah! Before Seven, the boy in the uniform could react, Hongo leapt through the door after her. They saw him land aside. And then the door slammed shut with the finality of a great steel guillotine. How long is this going on? Theodore ran to the door. They pulled it and strained, trying desperately to get it open. Ah, fuck. It's no use. The goddamn thing won't move an inch. The boy in uniform cried out and began to slam his fist against the door. He hit it with such force, Seven feared his knuckles would shatter from the impacts. Akane, are you okay? Help me! A voice was muffled by the door, but the sheer terror of it was unmistakable. What should I do? I think a threat in here. Where's Hongo? He went out the other door. What? Warning, warning. Emergency incineration command has been acknowledged. Automatic incineration will take place in 18 minutes. Please evacuate and incinerate immediately. Repeat, emergency incineration command has been acknowledged. Are you fucking kidding me? That was at a loss. It's the same damn thing. Are you there? Akane's voice sounded close to tears. Yeah, we're here. Just hang on, alright? We're gonna figure out a way to save you. If you could have seen the bloodless face of the boy in the uniform, his words would have seemed like little more than a sick joke. Automatic incineration will take place in 17 minutes. Please, please help me. I'm really, really scared. I don't want to die. Please, I don't want to die. I don't want to die. It's gonna be alright. I'll figure something out. I promise. I promise, okay? You hear me? I promise. They could hear her muffled sobs from the other side of the door. The boy in the uniform tightened his fists. His knuckles were a bloodless white. Seven could tell that he was holding back tears of his own. It was silent. All he could hear was the creaking of the boat as it shifted in the water. They waited and waited. But Seven didn't continue. His backstory was so it's long is what it is. I am more worried if I need to stop it right here because I have a feeling this game is going to go on for 2 more hours. And I'm in a bit of a tricky position right now. What happened then? Jupiter couldn't wait any longer. He had to know. Seven looked at the floor. Come on, man. Put yourself in my shoes. It doesn't end good. You think I want to remember that? Then, yeah. Shit. If I know I was going to be like this, I almost wish I hadn't remembered. Seven shook his head. But there was something Junpei had to know. Hey, are you sure? Huh? Look, I don't want to ask this either, but there's something I don't get. So if you could just tell me, did the girl Akane really just stare straight ahead at nothing? Yeah, I'm sure. There wasn't anything we could do. After a while, the countdown ended. We heard something burning. Even after the fire stopped, they couldn't move. Seven and the boy in the jacket simply stood where they were, frozen. The boy in the uniform collapsed, falling to the floor, in a jumble of limbs like a puppet whose strings had been cut. A few more minutes passed. The door opened. The boy in the uniform ran in, stumbling over his own feet. Seven and the boy in the jacket followed, still too numb to speak. The air in the incinerator was hot. Every breath made Seven's lungs feel like they were on fire. The air shivered with heat, and in the middle of the room, beneath the waves of heat, there it lay. The boy in the uniform walked over toward it, his legs shaking violently. Seven couldn't see his face, but his body looked somehow empty. Finally, he reached it. The boy collapsed to his knees, his legs no longer able to support him. But I'm not going to scream. I don't have the energy to scream. Cooper felt a cold lump form in the pit of his stomach. A feeling of sickening anticipation washed over him. He could feel his body shivering. He desperately didn't want to know the answer he feared he knew already. But he had to ask. He had to know for sure. Can I ask you one more thing? What? That girl, Kane. What was her last name? What does it matter to you? Just tell me, okay? Please. Seven looked at Junpei curiously and ran his tongue quickly over his right lips. Kurashiki. Her name was Akane Kurashiki. Yeah, okay, that confirms it. Something inside of Junpei stopped. He had no more words left. He had no more Junpei left. It was just a shell, flesh and bone. Seven turned to Snake. You were there that day, weren't you? The tall kid in the jacket. That was you, wasn't it? Yes, I was. You're correct, detective. Junpei's mind was blank, withdrawn from the world. So far away he could hear Seven and Snake talking. Don't misunderstand me. I told you before how Zero threatened me. There's nothing I could do. I couldn't say anything about what happened 9 years ago. You're saying you're not working for Zero, right? Of course not. Clover, what about you?
Hey, come on. You really think I'm working with Zero? I told you before, you idiot. I was in Nevada, building Q. I did hear that the detective rescued the kids on the boat, but I didn't know it was you.
Her surprise seemed to be genuine. Seven regarded Clover for a moment and rubbed his chin thoughtfully. I guess I believe you. Clover nodded. Alright, let me ask you another question. He stuck his hand in his pocket and took a few steps. Then he stopped and turned to face them. Santa's real name is Ai Kurashiki. Okay. He's Akane's brother. You know that?
No, I didn't. Did you?
Well, yes, I know Aoi Kurashiki was her brother, but I didn't know he was Santa. At least not from the beginning. 9 years ago, he was in the middle of puberty. His voice is entirely different now. I'm ashamed to say that even my exceptional hearing wasn't able to make that connection. As such, I had no reason to think Santa was Aoi. When did you figure it out? A short time ago, Clover told me that Santa might have been one of the subjects of the initial experiment. When she told me that, I had a feeling. Santa is Aoi? Akane Kurashiki, June's brother? That spark caught flame in Junpei's leaden mind, and the fog began to clear. Like an engine beginning to turn, images and thoughts began to coalesce in his mind, growing faster and faster, forming bigger images, bigger thoughts. Junpei blinked. It was back. Still a lot we don't know. I mean, like a lot. But there's one thing I think we can say we know. What's that? The body found in the shower room had to be Nichisaki, dressed up to look like Snake. What? Come on, man. What kind of detective are you? You didn't figure that out already? Hey, go easy on me, man. I just got my memory back, alright? Cut me some slack. Well, if he is, 3 murderers make sense then, don't they? Yeah, that's right. Murder. Kubota blew himself up, but that was murder too. So why did these murders take place? If Junpei is correct, and the body in the shower room was Nichisaki's. That means all the people who were murdered were involved in the creation of the Nonary project. Kubota, the person who conducted the actual experiments. Nichisaki, Hongo's assistant. Musashido, the man who financed the project.
You mean this was all just revenge? Santa's Zero, getting revenge for the death of his sister?
No, I don't think Santa actually murdered anyone. In fact, Junpei didn't think, he knew. He couldn't explain why or how, but he had no doubt that Santa had killed no one. Perhaps the madness of the last several hours was finally driving him insane, but Junpei had ceased to be surprised at his sudden knowledge, and he had even begun to accept it. If I'm right, then it's not hard to figure out who the next victim is going to be, is it? For sure, I don't have to tell you. Snake, Clover, and Seven on nodded. The next target will be Gentaro Hongo.
The person who planned the Nonary projects.
In other words, Ace. There was a moment of silence. And then the room shook. From far away they heard a sudden rush of water. Whoa, what the hell's going on here? It must be sick again because you guys keep yapping for fucking ever. Our time is up. Shit. Come on, we need to get out of here.
How?
The drawer that held the picture was a key card. Junpei grabbed it. And the sucker opens the exit. Come on, let's go. Okay. Start with a 0 on it. Swipe this card. It's unlocked. We don't have time. Alright, let's go. You finally found it. How long was that backstory? That felt like half an hour. Okay. Door opened and stumbled in the library. Shaking had stopped, but they knew the danger hadn't passed. Right across the hallway straight to the large metal door. Okay. Timeout. Timeout for a second. We've been going on for 4 hours already. I'm just going to do a very quick search right now. Let's see here. Because how much? Okay. There's still like an hour and a half left. I'm willing to push through that. But I'm going to take a 2-minute break just to fresh up a little bit. Because, man, I don't know. Something about it irks me that they make the true ending be twice as long, or like longer than all the endings combined, which it fucks with my planning, and I don't like that. So, give me a quick minute. I'm going to recollect my thoughts, fresh up a little bit, splash some water in my face, and I'll be right back, okay? Okay. I'm back. Let's push on through. We are at the final stretch. Next to the door was a Uranus card reader. They slid the keycard through and the door rumbled open. Out of the library into the hallway they ran. At the end of the hallway was a door. Junpei reached into his pocket to pull out the key as he ran to it. The key put in the lock was a Neptune. He turned it. The lock clicked. As one, they shoved the door open and poured through it. In front of them was another grey metal door. What was the metal plaque? It read Incinerator. The Dizzy Incinerator. It's the first time I've seen it from this side, but yeah, I think so. And there ought to be a lever near the door. Yeah, right here. Junpei ran up to it. Pull that and the door should open. Got it. As he spoke, he pulled the lever. The motor in the door groaned as it slowly ground open. There's no time to waste. As soon as the door had opened far enough to admit them, all four dashed through. And suddenly there before them were the four who they parted from earlier. Ace and Lotus stood in front of the number 9 door. Santa was curled into a ball against the wall of the incinerator, holding his stomach. And then there was June. She sat slumped against the wall, exhausted. What had happened? Junpei ran toward June. He skidded to stop in front of her and knelt down. What's wrong? Are you okay? Her face was pale and her lips dry. She spoke, he could barely hear her.
Junpei, you came to get me.
Of course I did. I made a promise.
I'm so glad you're here. So glad.
She mumbled the same words over and over weakly. Junpei could feel his heart breaking. Hey, what happened to you?
Fine. I just fainted. I wasn't feeling very good. I'm feeling a lot better now, though.
Are you sure?
Yes, I just need to rest a little longer. I'm sure I'll be fine. You shouldn't worry about me.
He was looking towards Santa. Junpei turned to look as well. Santa grimaced, his face contorted in pain. Sever grabbed him by the collar and roared at him. Hey, where is it? Where's the gun? You hide it somewhere? Despite himself, a grunt of pain escaped Santa's lips as Seven shook. I don't have it. I got sucker punched and they took the gun. What? Who took it? What? Isn't it obvious? I took the gun. Oh, we've seen this scene before. Ace. He did indeed have a revolver in his hand. It was pressed against Lois's temple. Ace had her pinned to him with the other arm, and she was shaking visibly. Her fiery attitude was gone, replaced by fear. She didn't dare speak. There was sweat on her forehead, and when her eyes weren't flicking up to the gun pressed against her, they seemed to be desperately want to say something. But what the hell do you think you're doing, Ace? Or maybe I'll say Kentaro Hongo, CEO of Cradle Pharmaceutical. Seven's deep baritone rumble shook the walls. He sneered. You have me at a disadvantage, and I don't like that. You know me, but I don't know you. Do you have any idea how much I've suffered? Can you even begin to understand my pain? Pain of prosopagnosia, right? Lupin's voice was casual, or at least it was trying to be. Another irritating concept. And how do you know that? Lupin couldn't say, he just knew. Another unexplainable mystery. No matter. If you don't want to answer, it makes no difference. It's a waste of time anyway. It's time for me to go. Behind Ace, Junpei could see the red. It was placed in a small indentation in the wall. Quickly, Ace placed his hand on the scanner. It beeped and he forced Lois's hand on it as well. Then at last he reached into his pocket of his jacket. He pulled something out and pressed it against the panel. The third asterisk appeared on the reds. The thing he had used for the final verification was a bracelet with the number 9. It had belonged to the first man to die, the voter. I believe I won this game. His smirk made Junpei's blood boil. I've had quite a time playing. I must thank Zero, I suppose. Wait, something about the way he had spoken. Did Ace not know who Zero was? Junpei's eyes flicked towards Santa. He hadn't moved since they entered the room. Santa was still holding his stomach and groaned as if in intense pain. Junpei wasn't sure it was real pain, but he wasn't sure it wasn't either. What the hell did Santa have up his sleeve this time? At any rate, this game ends now. I'll escape and the rest of you will have a slightly less pleasant end. I suggest you enjoy your final moments. Goodbye. Wait. Ace, of course, paid no heed to Seven's request and laid hold of the lever on the red. With a sickening sense of finality, he pulled it. What? Why isn't it opening? Rose tried to take advantage of Ace's confusion and managed to twist herself out of her grasp, but at the last second he grabbed hold of her wrist and shoved it into the red. He waved the number 9 bracelet over the red and then his own bracelet as well. He pulled the lever a second time. No. What is this? Why? This route should be 9. It has to be 9. Then why? Why isn't it opening? Uh-oh. Ace's fury and confusion had overridden all other thoughts. He set down the revolver. It was just below the reds. Seven chose that moment to act. He moved far faster than a man of his bulk should have been able to, and he launched the bulk straight at Ace. Let's go, 7. It was over before they knew it. In the blink of an eye, Ace was on the floor. He rolled onto his side, groaning in pain. Urgh. Lotus ran straight for Junpei. She darted around behind him and stuck her head out, making sure to keep Junpei between herself and Ace. Phew, that was close. Too close. Thank you, Seven. It was just nice. Yeah, he deserves it. Don't mention it. Seven stood over Ace, his breathing slow and heavy. Just one punch ain't enough for this piece of shit. That's what he did 9 years ago, I ought to rip him to pieces. If a suspect can talk, they ain't much good. Once he's locked up in the cell, we're gonna have a little chat. 9 years ago. Ah, then you must be... Yeah, you finally figured it out, dumbass. Ace planted his hands on the floor and shook his head. Junpei walked toward him. He stopped and looked down at Ace, with pity on his face. Ace, you killed Kubota, Nijisaki, and Musashido, didn't you? Wait, Nijisaki? He appeared at Junpei, genuinely confused. Oh, right. You don't know yet. Alright, we'll just go through them in order then. Let's start with Kubota. You talked to Kubota and managed to convince him to go through into door 5 alone. You killed him without making it look like you killed him. The way I figured, he has 4 motives. 1. Known you gained the number 9 was dangerous. Whoever had the number 9 bracer could join whatever team they wanted. You could add 9 to any number and the digit root wouldn't change. Yeah, we noticed from last time. In other words, number 9 could do whatever they want. Ace wanted to remove that threat as soon as possible. 2. Ace also wanted to have the number 9 bracer himself so they could make use of its power. In fact, he later made use of it to murder Nijisaki. 3. Even if his number had been different, Kubota presented a problem for Ace. Kubota had known Ace's past. He knew what had happened 9 years before. Before he told anyone, Ace had to silence him. But at last, and perhaps most disturbing, Ace had used Kubota as a test. He wanted to know how serious his knowing game was. Was it truly life or death, or simply a harmless prank? He convinced Kubota to break the rules so that he might see what happened. That was why you killed Kubota, but he was only the first. Next was Nijisaki. While everyone was off looking for the missing parts for the rat, you ran into Nijisaki near the big hospital. However, because of your prosopagnosia, you didn't realize he was Nijisaki. Chiefly because when you met him, he was dressed like Snake. That was why you thought Nijisaki was Snake. No, that's not. That was Nijisaki. Why? How did... I'll get to that. Anyway, you thought he was Snake. Snake was one of the kids in your experiment 9 years ago. You remember him because he was the blind kid. But his presence made you think Snake was one of my subjects 9 years ago. He probably hates me. But if that's true, why isn't he saying anything? Is he keeping quiet because he can't see? Perhaps he's working with Zero to get revenge. Whatever the reason, anyone who knows my past is a threat. Before he tries anything, I need to get rid of him. That was when you decided you had to kill him. The murder weapon was Kubota's bracelet. You just waved it over the rats. Verified your own number and then grabbed Nijisaki's arm and forced it over. The scanner fell. Then when the door opened, you kicked him in. 9 seconds later, the door closed. And then 81 seconds passed. And poor Nijisaki was dead. And you meant to say Snake is still alive. Sorry to disappoint you, but I'm good as new. Thank you for killing the wrong man, but I can't say I like no one that you wanted me dead. Although to be honest, even if you hadn't tried to kill me, I would still hate you very much. Well, wouldn't blame you. Ace's self-derision was frustrating, but Junpei kept his emotions in check and continued. Last but not least, let's talk about Musashido's death. When Clover and I were investigating the chart room, we came over to talk to him. Do you remember what you said? Oh, the pocket watch. Might take a look at it. Handed you the pocket watch and you left the room. Ace had been in charge of the notary project. He would of course have known the solution to every puzzle. Followed then that he knew how to get out of the wheelhouse. Ace had to do was place the pocket watch in the indentation on the door to unlock it. With the door open, he was able to enter the captain's quarters. Musashido was there. Actually, it was an axe. It fairly backed Ace to kill Musashido. He picked up the axe and swung it, burying the blade deep in the other man's chest. One blow was all it took. Afterwards, Ace returned to the chart room as though nothing had happened. There was something I wanted to speak with you about, Junpei. Could you come with me for a moment? With no reason for not to, Junpei had followed Ace to the wheelhouse. There's the Access X. Maybe... I don't know English grammar 100%, but I don't know if that's maybe like a difference between American English and like British English maybe. In the recent wheelhouse, Ace slipped his hand into Junpei's vest. He pulled out a piece of paper, the piece of paper Junpei had used to cheat during the vote. It wasn't the piece of paper that Ace was after. His true purpose had been to slip the pocket watch into Junpei's pocket. It wasn't a very good plan. It had far too many flaws, and the wrong word of discovery could easily have thought of it. What made Ace so desperate? It was the only thing Junpei hadn't been able to figure out. Mr. Shido's murder is the only one I don't understand. He obviously did it, but why? Because of this. Slowly, Ace reached down and pulled something out of his pocket. It was a folded piece of paper. Junpei took it and opened it. This is what it says. Number 1. There are 2 ways you might survive this ordeal. First is to win the Nonary game. Second is for you to confess your sins of 9 years past. I prepared a camera in the captain's quarters. The images captured by the camera will be streamed through a satellite and distributed across the world. Simply look into the camera and repent. Once you confess everything, I will release you from the ship. To make your confession more credible, I have left you a witness in the captain's quarters. Perhaps he'll confess with you. The decision is yours. Do as you please. 0. When I woke in the room on D-deck, I found it in my pockets. That's why I chose door 1 when we voted. If I went through that door, I knew I could get to the captain. As you said, I knew how to enter the wheelhouse. The plan was to find the pocket watch before anyone else. If I could, then my alibi would be set. At least, that was the plan. Fortunately for me, you got to it first. That Slave of Ham was the best we could manage on short notice. You meant to kill him from the beginning then. Mr. Shido, I only knew Mr. Shido was the witness after I reached the captain's quarters. I asked him and he answered. He seemed groggy. Perhaps he had only just awoken from sedation. I suppose Nijisaki was in much the same state. She confused and disoriented an encounter. But yes, you're correct. I tended to kill him from the beginning, even though I didn't know who he was. I proceeded to the captain's quarters in order to remove the so-called witness. Asa confessed everything. What energy he had left with him was the truth, and he sagged to his knees. Although he confessed his sins were not forgiven. Luffy felt revulsion for the pathetic man for Nier's feet. But in among the revulsion was a hint of pity. After all, Ace had not been the only person who murdered those children. Junpei spoke quietly. Ace, you figured it out, haven't you? You were being manipulated. Yes, so it would seem. I was little more than a puppet in many ways. Everywhere I went, everything was already prepared. I rested in a large hospital room where this man lived. Nijisaki was dressed like a snake. There was an axe in the captain's quarters. Shido was delirious from the anesthetic, so he couldn't fight back. Nijisaki as well. In retrospect, I can't understand how I could have fallen into such a simple trap. I'm quite ashamed of myself. Yes, this was a trap. A Zero's trap, and I fell for it. Hook, line, and sinker. I did everything he wanted me to do. Yeah. By manipulating Ace, Zero was able to kill 3 people and keep the blood of his own. All this was revenge for what happened 9 years ago. That's why this Nonary game happens. Am I right? Santa? Junpei looked over at Santa. As Junpei spoke, he stood up, his legs still shaking. Huh? What the hell are you talking about? I don't know any... Ain't no point trying to play dumb anymore, Santa. Actually, I guess we could call you Ayuko Shiki, huh? Santa's face was sad as he spoke. My memory came back, kid. You're Ayuko Shuki, no doubt about it. I thought I'd be back in this room talking to you. But hey, I guess it was all part of your plan, right? After all, the person who planned the Nonary game this time around was Zero. And Zero's you. Huh. Looks like you really do have your memories back, huh? Santa smiled sarcastic and something else. Well, I guess there's no point in hiding it then, huh? Yeah, you got me. I'm Oi Kurashiki. I was one of the kids in the Nonary game 9 years ago. I made it out, so did Snake over there. But there's one thing. I guess there's two things you got wrong. Number one, I ain't Zero. What? Wait, what? Sure, I was helping Zero out, but I'm really more of an assistant. Like a secretary. But assistant only is an assistant. I didn't come up with all this. All I did was follow Zero's orders. Then, if you're not Zero, who is? Calm down there, Junpei. Did I say two things? And I made one more mistake. Junpei, you just said all this was revenge for what happened 9 years ago. That's why this Nonary game happened. But that's not it. Revenge isn't the only purpose. There's another reason you guys are playing the Nonary game. To save someone. Save someone? Right. You were brought here to help my sister. To save Akane. What the hell are you talking about? Hello there. Akane Kurashiki died 9 years ago in this room. Oh, Akane Kurashiki died 9 years ago in this room. I was there, saw. Suddenly, Seven froze. His eyes went as wide as dinner plates and he spun around toward June. Junpei followed his gaze. She was gone. Where had June been? There was nothing. What the hell? Where is she? Where's Akane Kurashiki? Seven began to mumble to himself. A strange series of words strung together as if his mind wasn't functioning properly. His face was twisted with effort, as though he were struggling with something they couldn't see. He gritted his teeth and pressed his hands against the sides of his head. Ugh, my head. Feels like it's gonna pop. He groaned and fell to his knees. Seven, what the hell's going on? I don't know. Got any idea of who Zero is? Well, apparently it's not Santa, but he was the assistant, so I guess. Is it June? I don't know. Somewhere far away, they all heard a deep, heavy noise. It sounded like a tremendous wheel slowly beginning to turn. Santa seemed to have entered an almost trance-like state. His words were calm and measured. What was the Nonary project? Sure you know already, but I'll tell you one more time. It was a project designed to test a particular phenomenon. And what was that phenomena? For two organisms to communicate with one another in the absence of physical contact. The morphogenetic field theory. But human beings use these invisible fields to exchange information. That's what the experiment was conducted to determine. There were two separate locations. One was in Gigantic and the other was a building in Nevada called Building Q. Building Q had been built to replicate exactly the interior of Gigantic. The 9 children trapped in Building Q were faced with numerous puzzles, copies of identical ones on the Gigantic. They were told to send the answers into the morphic field set and transmit them to their brothers and sisters on the Gigantic. The transmitters were put in Building Q and the receivers were put on the Gigantic. Each sibling pair was supposed to be split up, but it was a mistake. Akane was a transmitter. She should have been in Building Q. However, for some reason she was placed on the Gigantic with the receivers like me. Perhaps she was mistaken for someone who was supposed to be in Group A. Whatever the case, Akane ended up in the Gigantic. I think I've told you enough. You get it, don't you? Pretty sure you know where this is going to. Where is this going? Don't play dumb. You know things you shouldn't. Things you couldn't. How did you know Ace has prosopagnosia? How do you know why Ace wanted to kill Kubota and how Nijisaki was killed? Were you surprised when you found out Ace was Hongo? And what about the coffin the snake was trapped in? How the hell did you open it? Well, that's... The answer to that is easy. I knew because I knew. Junpei was receiving information that I sent to him through the morphic field set. It's simple, really. How do I know the alternate futures then? Imagine a river that splits in two, like an upside down Y. The river flows from the top to the bottom, from a single stream into two branches. It only flows in one direction. It can never flow backwards. Information is the same way. It moves from the past to the future, but can never flow backwards. That's why people at the river source in the past will never know about those downstream in the future. But the people downstream will never know about one another either. Information only flows the path of the river. But I'm different. I can manipulate the morphic field set to pluck knowledge from the future. I know what happens on either fork of the river, even though the people on either fork know nothing about one another. Now, who am I? I am I, the ninth letter of the alphabet. Very funny. But I am also zero. No, it's not true. Not really zero. Not yet. Perhaps you could say I am less than zero. Zero is my future. In 9 years, I will be zero. Where did you go? June. No, Akane. Where did you go?
Santa!
Why is Clover? Oh shit. Freeze. Santa's got the gun. Guess he picked it up when we weren't watching. Looks like he's turned the tables on Ace, though. Wonder how he likes having a gun to his head. Get up. Zero planning went into this. Apparently. Sure is about to take their gun off him for a minute, is he? Ace isn't putting up any kind of fight. I mean, I don't think I would either. But he just looks drained. I guess he's going for the door, huh? He doesn't need to verify to go through that door, but... What's your plan, Santa? What are you doing? You can't get through any numbered doors with just 2 people. What the hell is he thinking? Did I tell you? I'm Santa Claus. It's time for me to go and make a wish come true. That's it? That's all he's gotta say, give us? What the hell does he even mean? Shit, they're out. And now the gate's shut. Looks like the rest of us are stuck in here. They're all looking at me. D7's headache is gone. He seems to be alright. Well, I guess there is no harm in trying. Let's see if this door still opens. Damn. Well, it looks like this door isn't opening anytime soon. You mean we're trapped? So it would seem. What the hell is Santa trying to do?
Oh my gosh!
Oh my gosh, what? Consider where we are. There can really only be one thing Santa would do now. No. No, you can't be serious. Oh, it is. Shit. We've got to do something. Maybe we can still get out through door 9. There's the red. Yeah, alright, we can do this. I've just gotta... No, it's not gonna work. There's no way. The 5 of us can't open this door. Is there any combination that will work?
Junpei, can I borrow your pen and notebook?
Here we go again. But it certainly looks purposeful. Looks like she's writing equations. A lot of them. Huh? Oh man, she doesn't look very happy. What? Hey, no need to be ripping pages out like that. Jeez. What the hell are you doing, Clover? Give me that. Alright, at least 7 got it away from her. Maybe now I can get a look at what she was writing. Let's see. Shit. Then there's no other way. Lotus. Looks like she's figured it out though. Man, this is just too cruel.
It's okay. Go.
Lotus. Come on, you know we can't do that.
Oh, don't give me that.
I'm sure you'd love to get rid of me. Damn it, you idiots. Well, where the hell did that come from? Looks like she expected that about as much as I did. Without, if you're not... Look, it'd be bad, alright? For cop, he sure doesn't have much confidence.
Bad?
Yeah. If there weren't assholes like you around, I'd be out of a job.
Huh?
Look, I'm just not leaving you behind, alright? End of story.
7.
He's right, I'm not leaving you either.
Me too!
You don't honestly think I'd abandon you, did you?
You're all idiots.
Take the stuff as you want, Lotus. We can all see you're about to cry. That being said, however, I doubt we would be able to open the door anyway, even if we were able to leave Lotus. Devin has a life of both Lotus and of a daughter. I expect that's a major turn on. Wait, what? Oh, you probably mean like save the life of his daughter. Yeah, back 9 years ago.
Huh? Why?
I trust you remember what happened to Ace. I couldn't see exactly what happened, but I was able to guess what he was attempting to do earlier at the rats. Yeah. No. What is this? Why? The digital root should be 9. It has to be 9. Why? Why isn't it opening? Just to see, why don't we give it a shot? Give it a shot? And those now when he disarmed Ace. Ah, yeah. Yeah, if you look at it that way, then yeah.
You were right.
It ain't opening. But it did open 9 years ago. The digital root was 9 then, I'm sure of it. Think maybe they changed the settings? Perhaps. Shit. We can't get through the door, we can't get out. The walls are way too high. There's no way in hell we could get to that hole 7 popped out of 9 years ago. All we can do is stand here and stare at this door with a 9 on it. This is it. This is the end. I was watching. I had watched everything that was reflected in his eyes. I was listening. Every sound that vibrated in his eardrums, I heard. Smell, taste, touch, I felt everything he felt. I knew everything about him. What he was thinking, what he was feeling, what he was sensing. All of his feelings and worries and fears became mine. My mind, my consciousness was inside of him. Through the morphic field set we were resonant and we were as one. I was him, and at the same time I was an observer. It started with a tremendous noise like a clap of thunder. It was approximately 9 hours ago. A bomb had gone off on the ship we were on. That was when my resonance was with him began. My resonant event melted into him and we became one, inside of Junpei. Somehow I find myself in Junpei's mind, 9 years in the future, but I didn't lose myself. I was living in two realities at once. One was the present and the other was the future. Perhaps you can think of it as two movies showing on the same screen at the same time. Eventually it becomes difficult to separate them and determine which movie is which. However, if I concentrated, I was able to focus on one or the other. This music is called Morphogenetic Field. It's one of those heartstring pulling types of music, if you know what I mean. Come on, over here. That was my brother, Ai. He was screaming. I followed him. Around him were 7 other children. They all looked like they were about my age. Come on, hurry up. Emotional, yes, that's the word. We ran down a long straight hallway and burst into the large hospital. Everyone was arguing. 2 of the boys got into a fist fight. A girl watching them began to cry. I want to go home, she cried. I want to go home. Another girl stopped the crying girl and glared down at her. It has been 2 hours since the Nonary game began. We were starting to fall apart. Which is when all hope seemed lost. Life started talking. He was blind. 9 years later, we would call him Snake. Hello everyone. Yes, could you come over here for a moment? He was older than most of us and his voice had authority and dignity. The fights died down and we gathered around him. I have a little sister. She is very important to me. Right now she's over in Building Q and is definitely trying to send the information over to me. Her name is Clover and today is her 9th birthday. As he spoke, he pulled something from his pocket. It says were 9 4-leaf clovers. I was going to give these to her as a birthday present. I was outside picking them when I was abducted. I'm sure I've already told you, but I'm blind. For a man who can't see, collecting 9 of every specific plant is, well, very difficult. Her sister means a great deal to me, and I hope that these would show her how much I cared for her. Since it's her 9th birthday, I thought 9 4-leaf clovers would be appropriate. Every one of you has a brother or sister in Building Q with Clover. For their sake, we have to survive. We have to get off the ship. Do you understand? If we're going to do that, there are 3 things we have to remember. We need trust and love, and we need to have faith in one another. If we can take all 3 of those to heart, then I promise that good luck will come our way. Did you know that the leaves on the 4-leaf clover mean faith, trust, love, and luck? Those words are leaf words. So if you believe what I've told you and you understand, then I want you each to have one of these. They are a promise between friends. He gave a clover to each of us. I took one too. Eventually, he was left with only a single 4-leaf clover. He had one last thing to say. Now don't ever forget, so long as you have that, we will always be connected. Do you understand? When he finished, the tension was only a few minutes before it was gone. We were calm. After that, we ran around the ship for a while longer. Opened several of the numbered doors till we finally found the door with the number 9 on it. In fact, there were 2 doors with 9 on them, and we found them in the chapel. We split into 2 groups and walked through the doors. Before long, we all found ourselves in a room with a ceiling that looked like an upside-down funnel. For some reason, this room had another number 9, but this time it was only 1. If there's only 1 door, that meant only 5 people could escape. What are we going to do? There aren't any other doors. We began to panic. Then, as if things had not gotten bad enough already. Oh god. Warning, warning. Emergency incineration command has been acknowledged. Automatic incineration will take place in 18 minutes. Please evacuate incinerate immediately. Repeat. What? What's happening? What did that thing say? That didn't sound good. My brother I swallowed hard and answered. I think it means this room is gonna burn. Burn. The plaque on the door says incinerator. And that voice said that the incineration is about to start. And incinerate means to burn. No! Help me! Abject terror filled the room and everyone began to scream and cry. Every pair of eyes were filled with despair. Then, high up on the wall, a door opened and a man appeared. He was a huge fighting mountain of a man, as large as a bear. 9 years later, we would call him 7. Don't worry, kids, I'm not your enemy. I want the good guys. I'm a detective. I'm here to rescue you. The rest happened just like 7 said it is. The forces who had stayed behind were saved by 7. We crawled through the vent away from the incinerator and slid down into the hall. We came out on the other side of door 9. On the wall opposite the door was a set of double doors. We went through those and began to run up the spiral stairs. As we ran, I led the way. Behind me were Nona, my brother, I, Snake, and 7. The other children, the ones who had gone through door 9 before us, were up ahead. I could hear them cheering each other on. We ran and ran and ran. We leapt across as many stairs as we could and kept running. The stairs spiraled upward like a tornado. Eventually I pulled ahead of the rest. Perhaps Nona had slowed them down. I didn't want to lose them, so I slowed down as well. I didn't stop, but I glanced over my shoulder from time to time to see if they had caught up. That was when I realized, oh no, where is it? Where did I drop Jumpy's present? I knew I had it with me when I passed through the vent. Then, had I dropped it as we slid out? I had to go back, I had to. But I knew I couldn't tell the others. They would stop me, I was sure of that. I didn't stop to think, I simply moved. I ran to the central hall, the room that connected to all the other areas of the ship, and hid in the shadows, and moments later I felt a run of wind as they ran past me, up the staircase. I waited until they were out of sight, and then I ran. I moved as quickly as I could down and down and down. Finally I reached the bottom deck. I ran into the hallway and looked around frantically. There it is! It was just where I thought it would be, sitting under the opening of the vent. I ran over and snatched it from the floor, but as I ran backward but as I ran back towards the stairs and freedom, the door to the incinerator opened and a man stepped out. It was Hongo, Kintaro Hongo. 10 years later, we would call him Ace. Ah, how wonderful to see you decide to come back. His smile made my blood run cold. It looked mechanical, as if someone had simply pulled up the corners of his mouth. Come with me, we must continue the experiment. I shook my head, eyes wide. Slowly I began to walk backwards. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, then I spun around and broke into a run. I felt Hongo's hand close over my left wrist. I said, come with me. There was an edge of insanity to his voice now. I pulled as hard as I could. Now I don't want to. Let me go. Please let go of me. I shook my body and flailed my arms, trying desperate to get Hongo to let go of me. I was still only a child. I was no match for a man like Hongo. Stop struggling, goddammit. Do as I tell you. He heaved on my arm, trying to pull me into the incinerator. I screamed, help me, somebody help me! And suddenly, Akane! The door to the stairs flew open, and my brother Ai burst out of it. Behind him came Seven the Snake. Akane! He cried my name again as he leapt toward Hongo. You came back, I cried out. Ah, you're too late, idiot. Hongo threw his full weight against my arm, pulled his boat into the incinerator. Ah! The force of it threw me to the floor. I scrambled to my feet and looked toward the open number 9 door. Hongo stood between it and me, but behind him I could see my brother, his fists clenched. But those fists never reached Hongo. With a cold, heartless screech of metal on metal, the door slammed shut. Hongo glanced at me mechanically. His face registered that there was an object there, but not anything he would consider a human being. Then he turned away and walked to the rat that sat next to the door. He reached into his pocket and removed 2 bracelets. He waved them both over the scanner panel. 2 asterisks appeared on the rats. He checked the screen and tossed the bracelets carelessly onto the floor. What was he doing? What was the point? He made no effort to explain himself, of course. He said nothing at all and walked past me as though I were nothing more than a rock by a roadside. A few moments later, the double door slid shut as well. Faintly I could hear someone pounding on the door behind me. I turned around and ran toward the door with a 9. Akane, Akane, are you okay? I could hear a voice from the other side of the door. A worried, frightened voice. Help me! My throat was already raw, but I screamed as loud as I could. My voice echoed lonely across the empty room. What should I do? I think I'm trapped in here. Where's Hongo? He went through out the other door. What? Then start again. Warning, warning. Emergency incineration command has been acknowledged. Automatic incineration will take place in 18 minutes. Please evacuate the incinerator immediately. Holy shit. Man, I knew what I was gonna say, but this is one hell of a creepy voice.
I knew it!
It's starting. Had to start the incinerator. Fuck. Man, I never thought I'd hear that damn voice again after 9 years. What the hell? What the hell? What are you talking about? It's 9 years this and 9 years that. When it's not 9 years something, then you're talking about some sort of fucking experiments. What in God's name are you talking about? You aren't making any sense. Sorry, Lotus, but we really don't have the time to explain it right now. I promise I'll tell you everything once we get out of here. But the incineration will take place in 17 minutes.
You know what that means, right? Incinerate means burn.
What kind of an idiot do you think I am? I know what incinerate means.
Well,
God damn it! Okay, fine. I won't ask anything else. Talk about whatever you want. But you have to do something for me. 7. Figure this out. What? Why me? Just shut up and stop this thing. How the hell? has to be some sort of emergency shut-off button. There isn't anything like that. How the hell do you know? Because I looked for it 9 years ago. Yeah, Lois isn't happy about that. Can't really blame her. Wait. The floor, it's moving. What else can I say about it, but what the hell is that? What else could I say, but what is that? The floor over the machine rose up out of it. It looked like a computer. At least it kind of did. It was a monitor, a keyboard, and a cross-shaped device of some kind. Something about the machine scared me, but I forced myself to walk up to it. I was terrified. Tears poured down my face. I wiped them off even as more as their place and forced myself forward. Finally, I reached it. It looked like its screen. It was blank. All I saw was my own frightened face, staring back at me from the glass, drenched in tears. Ah, actually on the screen is a reflection of my own face, looking kind of freaked out. I know I'm sweating like crazy, but seeing it kind of dries it home. Okay, Junpei, just calm down, alright? Everything's gonna be okay. Gah! Man, I wish that thing would just shut up. I was gonna say in 15 minutes. Alright, back to this thing. If it's only showing up now, then it's gotta be important. But what the hell am I supposed to do with it? Hey, move. Gah! Hey, what are y'all? You're all tense, lady. It doesn't mean you get to shove people around. Okay, it's turned on. There's nothing on the screen, though. This is bad. This is really bad. There's nothing on here. How are we supposed to do anything with it? Sure, there's push buttons. I'm sure they'll... Huh? Well, at least it's on now. What's on the screen, though?
What is this?
What the hell? Looks like some sort of puzzle. Got a bunch of numbers scattered across a 9x9 grid. It's a fucking Sudoku! The numbers range from 1 to 9.
You think that if you solve this puzzle...
Incinerate all the stuff? Yeah, you can hope. Alright, puzzle, how do you work? Man, the goddamn voice again. Automatic incineration will take place in 30 minutes. Shit, 30 minutes. Can you really do this? How are you with Sudoku? I am decent at Sudokus. My heart feels like it's gonna pop. My heart was pounding like it was about to explode. I stared at the puzzle on the screen. I was sure I had to solve it somehow, but I had no idea how. My connection to Jumpy had been gone for a while. His mind was gone. I couldn't get any more information from him. I felt the seconds tick by as I stared at the screen, completely lost. My cheeks felt hot as tears poured over them. Then I heard a voice. Hey, what are you doing? It was muffled. I turned around. Pressed against the window in the entry door was a face, a frightening evil face. It was Hongo. How long had he been watching me? Ah, don't know what to do? He was yelling, but his voice was still muffled. It's simple really, but I suppose I might as well tell you. Just solve the puzzle on the machine. Ah ha 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 ha. His laughter was muffled by the door, but it still tore at my heart like the claws of a vicious monster. I bit my lip and glared at Hongo, struggling to hold back hot tears. You're a terrible person. I hate you. Oh my, how could you call a gentleman such as myself a terrible person? That's not very nice. I'm quite fair. I don't use tricks or play dirty. You see? I even left you a way out. A way out? Didn't you hear me? All you have to do is solve that puzzle. Do that and you can stop the incinerator. What's the point of stopping it? You'll only capture me and maybe do it all again. I'm not going to listen to you. You're just going to throw me back in here. Might as well just die now. My goodness. Haven't you listened to anything I've said? I told you I'm a fair man. If you solve the puzzle, the verification function on the red will in turn activate. If this experiment is to deliver valid results, there must be a chance of success. If you succeed, you will escape. The verification function of the red? Then I remembered. Before Hongo left the room, he had scanned 2 bracelets into the red. Ah, so you do remember. Right now there are 2 numbers in the red. The first is 1 and the second is 3. Say, Akane, what's your number? I looked down my left hand. Based on the bracelet showed a 5. I ran to the door with a 9 on it. I grabbed the rat and put my hand against the scanner. You really aren't one for listening, huh? Are you? You're still streaming? Yeah, I'm surprised myself. We are doing the world's deadliest Sudoku in the moment. We heard Hongo's muffled voice from across the room. I already told you, didn't I? Once you solve the puzzle, the verification function on the red will activate. In other words, if you haven't solved the puzzle, you can't enter your number. What kind of fool are you? Why are you doing this? You could never understand. You don't know what it's like to spend every day surrounded by monkeys. Now start the experiments. Solve the puzzle. I can't. I don't know how. Of course you don't. Isn't that the point? You understand, don't you? Exit the morphogenetic field and find a solution. I can't. Then you'll die. You'll burn alive. Ha 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 ha. It's going to be quite hot in there in a few minutes. I imagine it'll be very painful. Yeah ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. His horrible laugh echoed across the room, and even after his face disappeared from the window, I could hear it. Second stage will take place in 10 minutes. I was crying. Great gulping sobs broken by hiccups that shook my body. I was terrified. I could feel my fear pressing down on me like a tremendous weight. Somehow I forced my shaking legs to carry me back to the device. I stared at the empty monitor. I can't. I just can't. There's no way. I can't figure this out. What was I going to do? I didn't know. I didn't even know where to start. Fear scattered my thoughts, and all I could think of was how I was going to die. My palms were sweating, and my blood was boiling in my veins. Knees weak, mom spaghetti. It was hot. So hot. I couldn't breathe. I felt dizzy. My heart roared in my chest as if I thought it would pound itself to pieces. I reached into my pockets. I wrapped my hands around the thing I'd come back to get. The doll Junpei had given me. At least I had that. I held it tight with both hands and prayed. Help me, Junpei. Help me. Help me. Help me. Junpei. Junpei! Junpei! Please, help me. Junpei. Akane. Akane? Who the hell's Akane? Shut up. Just shut the hell up. Seven and Lotus don't understand. I think Clover and Snake had an idea though. Clover's looking at me. And I think Snake may have figured it out. No, it doesn't matter. They're in my way. Where'd you go? Maybe over here? Akane! Akane! Can you hear me, Akane? Say something! Fuck! Did something break our connection? I swear I just heard her. Shit! Akane! Answer me! Akane! Junpei? I spun around. I heard a voice. His voice. I looked around. He wasn't in the room, of course, but I had heard it so clearly, like it was right there. Junpei! I screamed as loud as I could. Immediately I heard him call back. Akane! Junpei! That's her. She's there. Then that means... Akane, are you in the incinerator right now? Yes, I am. How did you know? Now I understand what Senta meant. Right, there's only one way to help her. You were brought here to help my sister, to save Akane. I think I get it now. Ultimate incineration will take place in 7 minutes. Junpei, we don't have time. As quickly as I could, I told him that I had to solve the puzzle in order to stop the incinerator. Got it. And I do. I get everything now. At last, I finally understand what all of this means. I know why the Nonary game was held today. I know why we were kidnapped and brought here. It was all for this moment. All of this was planned out to lead to this one moment. To save a little girl with a Sudoku puzzle in an incinerator. Oh my god. This is insane. I can't believe it, but there is only one possible answer. June is, Zero is, Akane Kurashiki. She created a history of the future that she had a glimpse of 9 years ago. She tried to save herself, that was 9 years ago. No, she's trying to save herself right now. That means then there's only one thing for me to do. Even if this is all some sort of insane plan, I will save her. I will save Akane Kurashiki. I must save her, no matter what. Automatic incineration take place in 6 minutes. Junpei! Yeah, I know. Just hang on, alright? I promise I'll get you out of there. I'm not gonna let you die. I promise. So don't worry, alright? Just give me a few minutes, okay? Okay. My voice shook as I answered. It was hot in the room. It felt like my heart was on fire. 6 minutes or not, my heart burned with my feelings for him. Alright, time to get to work, Junpei. Is Snake talking to them about something? Whatever, it doesn't matter. Get out of my way. Hey, what are you... Just trust me, okay? Sorry, Lotus. I didn't mean to snap, but there's a lot more at stake here than your pride. I'll apologize later, alright? Now let's have a look at this thing. We've got numbers all over this grid. Now if I'm looking at this right, I'm going to need to fill all the empty squares with other numbers from 1 to 9. But I can't use the same 2 numbers in any horizontal or vertical row. The same also goes for 3x3 squares with the thick lines around them. Basic Sudoku rules. It means I have to put different numbers in the horizontal and vertical rows, as well as the 3x3 squares. I think that's the rule there. Alright, bring it on. I'm gonna do it on my own, with my own mind. I'm gonna solve this problem. The way out. Oh, hang on. Okay. Screens are totally flipped. Wait, can I... I'll see if I can maybe... rotate it the other way around. This is not entirely accurate. Because technically, top and bottom screen should be switched because my I actually had to turn my switch around. Okay, let's do this. God, this is intense. Before, okay, 1, 5, 5 there. Okay, 4 goes there. 7 here. There goes 6. There goes 9. There goes another 9. 5 there. 1, 8. 7. 5, 8. Okay, 1, 2. Okay, we can't do anything there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 9 there. 7 there. 8 there. 6 goes there. 6 goes there. 3 goes there. I am speedrunning this shit, man. 7 there. 1 goes there. 4 goes there. 9 there. Okay. 1 there. 3 there. 5 goes there. Okay, 1, 2, 3 there. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 8. Okay. That's done. Is one randomized every time you play? I don't know. Okay. Sudoku done. Let me change screens back. 1 second. Oh, fuck. Oh no, that's bad. Wait, what's undo? Yes, Control Z. Now we are back to normal. Oh man, that was the most intense Sudoku I'll probably ever do in my life. Holy shit. I was both locked in, but also with slight goosebumps because of the music in the background. Holy shit. Yes, that's it. Akane, did you get it? Yes, I did. I solved it. I mean, really, you solved it for me, but I copied everything you did. Now just have to press enter. And what the hell are you waiting for? Push it. Okay, I will. Call Doku. I hit the enter key. I want to check back tomorrow. How fast did I do that Sudoku? That was pretty fast actually. Merge shutdown command has been acknowledged. Generation system is shut down. He saved Akane in the past. Doompi, what's wrong? It worked. It worked. Incinerator shut down. It worked. Tears rolled down my face as I cried out to him, but they were a very different sort of tears. A wonderful feeling of accomplishment and relief flooded my body. At the same time, what strength I had left disappeared and I collapsed on the floor. For a while just lay there, laughing and crying and enjoying being alive. Every time I thought about him, I thought my heart would burst. Phew, I can't quite believe I did that. But I'm so glad, so glad. I feel like my heart's on fire. What about me? No, I don't have time to be thinking about that kind of shit. I need to tell Akane. Akane, sorry, but things are kind of busy over here. I'm gonna have to hang up now, okay? With the rate you did that, I think you could have done it 3 times over and still have enough time to get out of the room. Who knows? I mean, back in the day, I'm going to sound very old of this, but I would have like, when I would travel to school in the train, you would have like newspapers at the stations. And I would always spend my train rides trying the Sudokus on it. So you kind of develop like a vision on how to solve those. I wiped the tears from my eyes and nodded vigorously, even though I knew he couldn't see me. Then I looked over at the corner of the floor. There were 2 bracelets Hongo had left behind. Now, well, Seven and Lotus don't look particularly happy with me. Not a very nice look to give someone who just saved your life, guys. Junpei, are you okay? Ah, shut it. Right, okay, so maybe they have a reason to be pissed off. So what if I haven't pressed the enter button yet? Alright, nothing holding me back now. Here goes. Wait. Automatic incineration will take place in 90 seconds. It doesn't sound like it's stopping. What the shit? Why isn't it stopping? Okay, maybe I didn't hit the key hard enough. Just hit it again, and again, and again. Okay, that's not working either. The alarm's still going off. What the hell's going on? I've got all the right numbers in the right boxes. It's perfect. So why the fuck isn't this thing stopping? Automatic incineration will take place in 60 seconds. Wait, of course. That's what these numbers under the puzzle mean. 2, 4, 5, 7, 8. Snake, Clover, me, 7, and Lotus. Then door 9. No, that's it. That number on the door isn't a 9. It's not even a number.
It is hidden, but an exit can be found. Seek a way out. Seek a door that carries a 9.
Holy shit, of course. Then we just have to put the right number into the red and... Automatic acceleration will take place in 30 seconds. Run, guys! Get to the door! Run! Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. Don't have much time. I sure hope they can just trust me for this one, or we'll all fucked. Alright, no time to explain. Just go! Quick! Verify your numbers on the red. Verify? Ooh.
What combination?
All of us. We all need to verify. Why? You really think this is a good time to ask questions? Just do it! Hurry, 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 hurry! Doesn't make sense to take 10 seconds. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. Pull the lever, Kronk! Central gate has been opened. The scenario system has been disabled. Oh, thank fucking Christ. No time to be happy. Time to go. Hurry! You've only got 9 seconds before the door closes. Go, go, go! Come on, guys, move it! Okay, Delta. Move it, Junpei. Just in time. And there goes the door. No, don't calm down yet. You're not done. Still gotta find the dead. Shit. Looks like we made it, huh? Ha 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 ha. Man, the guy sure can laugh when he wants to. Looks like Clover and Lotus are totally out of energy. Guess snakes probably can't see the sky, but they can sure feel the fresh air. I just want to take a nap. Akane! Akane! Akane, can you hear me? I want to tell her we made it. I want to tell her how good I feel. But nothing. Akane lives! Door opened. Standing in front of him was my brother. Akane! I! I heard his name, even though my voice was almost gone from screaming, and leapt into his arms. Oh, I... Akane! I buried my face in his chest and cried again. I cried and cried and cried. The steady thump of his heart in my ear made me feel like I was home. The beat was almost like a lullaby. I wrapped my arms around him as far as they would go and held him as tight as I could. This beat there felt like a miracle. I hadn't felt the warmth of another human body in what seemed like an eternity. I just wanted to stay there in his arms forever. Hey, Akane, what about your dad? Oh shit! Oh yeah! I see it now, yeah! But I couldn't. The moment I passed through the door, my bracelets had begun to count down to death. I leapt away from him and looked around. The door had already closed. I spotted the dead only a short distance away. It took me only a moment to get to and scan all the bracelets. I left the ones Hongo had dropped on the scanner. That was it. Now she's actually safe. Phew. I took a deep breath and looked around again. The huge detective who we'd call Seven in 9 years and Snake the blind boy were looking at me. They seemed to have been utterly stunned by my sudden appearance. Their eyes were wide and their mouths hung open. Alright, let's get out of here. If you don't book it, we might run into Hongo again. I was right, it was time to get moving. The mention of Hongo seemed to jar Seven and Snake out of their surprise and they nodded. They took off running up the spiraling stairs to freedom. Up, 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 up. Man, these stairs go on forever. But if you can get us out of here, no wonder we are running so hard. My heart's beating so hard I can barely hear. God, I can't wait to breathe real air again. Huh? Is Seven talking? Hey Junpei, can I ask you something? What's up? The door, the one with the 9 on it. Why did it open? Yeah, all 5 of us verified the numbers on the red. 2, 4, 5, 7, 8, 26 to make our digits of root 8. Mayokai, hello! It shouldn't have opened. It's not like you, Lotus. I thought you would have figured it out already. Huh? Why? Because you were the person who taught me about the idea of bases. Bases? Yeah. What are the two numbers in base 2? 0 and 1. What about base 10? It goes from 0 to 9, right? And how about base 16? 0 to F. After 9, it starts in A and it goes then there, B, C, D, etc. You're right. In other words, A is in base 16 is 10 in base 10. B is 11, C, okay, where is it going? So what about it? You don't get it. What if you keep going in the pattern? What if you keep going past base 16, all the way to base 27? Base 27? Yeah. Well, the numerical digits are the same, so I guess you would add alphabetical digits. E14 and 15, G16, and go on. Yeah, and when it comes after that? Q. 26. And what does that mean? There wasn't a 9 on the door. There was a Q. A fucking lowercase q. Yeah, that's pretty much it. I guess to put it another way, you could say there was a 9 in base 10, but a Q in base 27. Time for more running. God, my thighs are killing me. I swear, any moment now I'm gonna tear a muscle. I feel like every single cell in my body is dying for air. And every breath I take is a chore now. I feel like my lungs are gonna burst. Maybe just a short rest. No, can't stop. Don't have time. Come on, Lex. There can't be many more of these steps left. Let's run. Run. Like a bullet down a rifle barrel. Like a tornado cutting through a sea of clouds. I feel like we're running along the back of a giant coiled dragon. Finally. Phew. Jesus, I can barely breathe. No, Junpei, no time to rest. Pull yourself together. You're almost there. Alright, I'm gonna open it. Yeah. Yes.
We're finally here.
Please do. Sure, you look like a big heavy door, but you're the only thing standing between me and my freedom. But even more important than that, you're the only thing standing between me and Akane. You're gonna open, and you're gonna open now. I felt a hand on my shoulder. It was Ari's. I gave it a small, reassuring squeeze. I was so happy I could feel like it could melt. My heart was at peace. And not only because my brother and I were back together again. Thanks to the huge detective, all 9 of us who had been kidnapped. We were finally able to escape from the gigantic. On the distant horizon, we could see the faint outline of the ship as it sank. It gave a thunderous roar as it finally slipped beneath the waves. The last cry echoes out across the ocean, and then it was gone. It's over, I whispered. Yeah, it was over. It was finally over. Or was it? Was it really? No, that was wrong. That wasn't it at all. I was sure of it. This wasn't the end. It was only the beginning. It was only a prologue to what would happen in 9 years. Yes, finally, air. Gah, damn, that sun is bright. I can barely see anything. I gotta admit, this doesn't look quite like... Wait. No way. You've gotta be shitting me. What? It can't be.
This is...
We weren't in the ocean? This is the building in the Nevada desert.
the mock experiment building.
Oh my god. This whole time we were in building Q. Sure enough, that's a desert out there with mountains all around it. Hello there, son. Boy, am I ever glad to see you. I don't think I've ever been so happy to see a sunrise. Huh? Did you hear something fall? Oh yeah, we're outside. The bracelets. I've never really got a good look at the underside of one of those things. Let's see what's inside you. It's a little electronic chip, like in an ATM card. That's it. There's nothing else. It even looks like a detonator. It was never a detonator to begin with. Figures. Akane. Jumpy. Huh. Guess I must be pretty crazy about the girl if I think I'm hearing her voice in the wind. Oh. Roll credits? We did it! The full end of the game. Holy crap. Oh man. So basically we did all of this to help a girl solve her Sudoku so she doesn't get burned in an incinerator, so she gets to live for the future. So, okay, opinion. Where to start? Morphogenetic fields, more like morphogenetic shit show in my head. Holy crap. I don't know, it got slightly confusing, but I did like the story. It was nice how all the random tangents that we learned in all the escape rooms actually ended up kind of mattering in the overall end. But that did mean for this route there's like a huge lore dump. And I'm not gonna lie, I got a little bit worn out from that. I needed the 2-minute break for that. Yeah, remember we answered the submarine question? You need to refresh me on that. What exactly did I answer for the submarine question? Yeah, it all made sense then. Oh! Are you okay? Oh, come on. It's nothing. Really? Yeah. You don't look okay. It's just before the end of elementary school. Yuppie and I were sitting next to each other on a small hill looking down the town as the sun slowly set. How does it look then? It was half serious and half joking. I thought about it for a minute first. Well, let's see. Looks like you kissed a toad and got warts, but then they just keep growing and growing and growing. Heh, what does it even mean? Yuppie grinned and ow ow ow. See? I told you were not okay. You're too reckless. You can't be 5'8" graders, Jumpy. That's crazy. Yeah, but I couldn't just stand there. I mean, don't you think so? I had to do something. Who killed you? I assume it was Ace. I think Ace killed me, and he probably faked his death or something. Look at the Nevada desert go past. For an SUV, this thing has a pretty smooth ride. It was nice of someone to leave it for us outside the building. Keys in the ignition and gas in the tank. Almost like it was a present, you know? Anyway, we jumped in, and now we are here screaming across the deserts. Lotus is over there in the passenger seat. Snake and Seven are still all squeezed into the backseat there. I can't believe we let her drive.
This is so fun! It's so awesome! Driving's so great when there's nothing around. And there's no speed limits!
Somebody should give Clover Need for Speed or something like that, so she can really go wild. One thing they did, they checked Clover's heartbeat but not Ace. Yeah, true. The only confirmed kills we saw were Clover and I guess Akane in that sense. Hey Clover, watch those bumps, alright? This car jumps even a little and I think I'm gonna get crushed to death. Hey, shut it. Can't help if I'm big, alright? Suck it up. Why don't you drive, Seven? I'm a cop. I ain't gonna break the law.
He doesn't have an international license.
Yeah, but you could have just sat in the passenger seat. Oh, hell no. There's no way I'm giving the seat up. I saw a feeling she'd love Grand Theft Auto 5. Clover? 100%. And Clover, there's no need to slow down. The car Santa and Six should be somewhere down this road ahead of us. Yeah, it's also fresh tire tracks for us. There's no doubt about it. Then we gotta hurry if we want to catch them, don't we?
Sure thing.
Oh shit! God damn it, she doesn't have to drive so fast. Man, I didn't think a car like this could go this fast. You're sure throwing up a lot of dust. By the way, there was a needle detail on the runs whenever you strayed from the right paths. Oh? What was it? It was a couple hours after we had run into the junior high students. They'd been hiding in the bushes on the back of one of the hills, drenching a kitten in gasoline. What the fuck? The moment we saw what they were doing, Juppie ran up to them, furious. Hey, what the hell are you doing? Then he jumped on them. He quickly scooped up the kitten and tossed it to me. I call it fever. Oh! She was probably feeling like what's happening to her in the past without the incinerator. Oh god! I called and I ran for the police station as fast as I could. Help me, officer, please. You have to come with me. The policeman and I headed back to the hill. All we found was Jumpy, sprawled on the ground with the face covered in big swelling lumps. You couldn't run away after you threw the kitty to me, I asked him. He stuck his tongue out through the hole in his mouth where a tooth had fallen out. Yeah, I guess I could've. Then why didn't you? I didn't want to. I wanted to beat him up. Beat him up real good. Because of what they were doing to the kitty? Yeah, that too, but I think they were the ones behind those murders of first semester, remember? Oh, you mean the bunnies? Yeah, the bunnies. He plucked some grass from the ground and tossed it into the winds. They asked me what elementary school I was for, so I told them. They said they'd do the same thing to you that they did to the rabbit. I couldn't forgive him for that. So, Hey, there's still some stuff I don't get. Of course, I probably don't know any more than I do. Like Ace. I guess you'd say Kentaro Hongo. Why did he create the Nonary project? Anybody? Any ideas? Why don't you ask him yourself? Well, yeah, I guess I could. He's still in the trunk, I assume. Yeah, he is. Still tied up, I'm assuming, with his mouth taped shut. Well, might as well have a little chat with the old man. His eyes just look empty. No emotion. Looks like he's just given up. I wonder if he even cares what happened anymore. Hey, were you listening to us? Yeah, go ahead and try to pretend you weren't, you old bastard. Let's get the tape off your mouth. Come on, I know you were. Answer me. You could at least look at me when you talk, man. Right, I only wanted to see the faces. Human faces. I thought if I could gain the ability to access the morphic field set, then perhaps we could see faces. By peering into people's minds, you could understand how they're processing the expressions of others. That's it? Yeah, if you want to put it simply. But if you're looking for a more philosophical answer, I can supply that as well. You see the human collective consciousness. I think that's enough out of you, pal. Time for the tape to go back.
Alright, so what's your second question?
You said there were some things you didn't get, didn't you? Well, somebody's a little noisy. Well, my next question doesn't really have anything to do with you two. This for you, Seven. It's about the whole Alice thing. What's the deal with that? Well, see, 9 years ago, after I escaped from the Gigantic, I kept going after Hongo on my own, hoping to catch him when he finally slipped up. During the course of my investigations, I learned a lot more about the Gigantic. I also found out about Gordane and Alice. You're not really answering my question. Was there actually a girl who wouldn't melt at room temperature? Sounds like Hongo had something to say. Alright, fine. I'll let you talk. You gotta behave. What? Alice doesn't exist. 9 years ago, I found Alice's coffin behind the larvae on the bottom deck. There's nothing in it but the root of a peculiar plant. I recently determined that it was a member of the genus Mandragora, of the family Solanaceae. I was able to extract a particular alkaloid from it. I used their extract to create super. Its creation was a tremendous boon to my firm and grew rapidly. Shit, it's gonna go on forever. Dave's gonna back on, Hongo. The rest of my questions can wait a bit. For now, I think I'll just enjoy the rides. Here, this is for you. What is it? This is a For You doll. His name is Junpei. Junpei pulled something out of his pocket and shoved an arm into it. In his hands was a doll made of yarn small enough to fit his palm. Junpei, are you this For You doll? Huh? Yeah, the lady at the shop says so. That means it's for you, right? Are you sure it's not a voodoo doll? What? That's... Oh man, oh man. Well, it sure looks like a voodoo doll. I mean, you do know what the voodoo doll is used for, right? Yeah. I guess calling it Junpei isn't a very good idea then. Why are you giving me this anyway? It just seems really sudden. You know how after June we aren't gonna get to see each other too much? I mean, we're gonna be in different schools and I just thought I'd, okay, well, how about we call it June then? Okay. So I wanted to give this you... sound like some sort of tribal chief in a bad movie. Yes, I, head of tribe. This doll, traditional charm of tribe. Ha 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 ha. So I give this, it me, so we always together. Oh, Junpei. Something bad, then hold and pray. I go wherever you are. So here, take. I reached my hand out and picked up the doll gently. Thank you. Thank you so much, Junpei. Before I knew it, I was crying. Tears streamed down my face and fell into June's tiny yarn. Oh, Junpei, I'll never forget you. I promise. Junpei looked straight into my eyes and said just 5 words. I'll never forget you either. The sky was a beautiful crimson red as it melted down toward the horizon. The last golden rays of sunlight stretched out across the city and painted themselves across the hills. We sat bathed in the warm light of evening, just the two of us leaning gently against one another, shoulder to shoulder. The sun set and we still didn't leave. We watched in silence as the darkness deepened and one by one, the lights of the town began to flicker. There's still one thing I don't get. To be honest, it's the biggest mystery as far as I'm concerned, and also the only one that's really important. It had to do with June and Akane. 9 years ago, she died in the incinerator on the Gigantic, but she's still alive now as June. But how? Not because I tapped into the morphic field set and saved her 9 years ago? Right. Let's say that makes some kind of insane sense. If I did that, then how do I make sense of what Seven remembers? Snake makes sense, he's blind. He couldn't have seen her body anyway. But Seven, he said he was sure he saw it. Does it mean there's some kind of historical discrepancy? Or, wait, maybe it's not at all. There's one other logical explanation. What was what you told me the truth said? You look satisfied. No way. He couldn't.
Hey, look, over there! There's somebody next to the road!
Huh? What? Hmm? Oh my god, is that supposed to be Alice? Burning gaze of the Nevada sun pounded down on her head. The desert around her rippled with heat. Standing there on the shimmering plain was a woman, her arm out and her thumb up. It would not be long before Junpei realized who she was. Put some more clothes on. The end. Oh man, wow. Wow indeed. Good gravy, she's naked. Yeah, there we go. It unlocks both the true ending and the coffin ending. So that's basically all endings. So yeah, that will have to do for me. I am going to end it right here. I'm not going to raid or anything. It's already way too late. But I wanted to get this done this week still. So yeah, I'm going to bed. I need to be up nice and early tomorrow. Schedule, you know what? Depending on how things go tomorrow, it'll influence the schedule and I will post it later than usual. Stay tuned for it though. I'm looking forward to it. Have a wonderful night. Yes, good night everybody. And thank you all so much for joining me here. See you all next time. Yeah. Bye-bye.